Going live.
Actually, it is showing us there.
Yep, now it's showing us. Hey, it just popped up on my phone, so now we're going.
So it
We
didn't
need.
create a second stream, right?
No, we needed to start this one before this one kicked in.
Oh.
Kind
We gotta
of.
figure this out. We also gotta figure out how to do where we can talk to each other again.
Yeah. Kind of kludgy, but oh well.
Hey, we got somebody in the chat. That's cool.
Cool. Yeah. Please bear with us if we're impossible to hear anything like that. Let us know in the chat.
Let's go ahead and kill the air conditioner. We'll turn on the fan. The
We'll
fan's a
find
whole lot.
Pasty white chest in here.
It's getting on you. Trying to take off all your clothes. Is that what you're getting at?
Getting hot in here, dude. It's getting
I'm
hot.
still a little bit on the sick side, so my voice is shot.
Yeah.
Plus, I went to a concert last night. That didn't help it any.
Yeah, great idea. Great idea.
We're gonna kind of dink around here for a moment to kind of get things set up. I want to make sure that we shared out the link. Did you already put the link out?
No. I'm digging up all the tools because, you know, that kind of helps for what we're going to do.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to share the link on here. Let's see. Oh God. Hide all that. Open up a new screen. Go to YouTube. Let's see if I can find us streaming. Because how do I find where we're streaming at? This thing's all mixed up. Let's try going to the studio. I want to thank YouTube for making it as difficult as possible for people to stream. You'd think that they would come up with something as a stopgap, you know, as far as going from Hangouts to doing it all on your own.
Yeah. I just tweeted out from my Twitter account and tagged you in it.
Oh, you found the link?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did it from my account, so you can.
That's cool. That'll work.
Yeah, then you can just read.
It is showing public, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how I knew it was happening.
Uh-oh. Did I just shut it down? Are you sure it's on the same... I'm confused now. Let me see. Oh, commercial. That's a good sign.
Yeah.
Still
says we're live. But
I shut down the stupid YouTube webpage.
I don't think that matters because we're doing it through Streamlabs.
Yeah, but we gotta be able to end it sometime. Oh, that's right. We just end it through Streamlabs, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. It's under videos?
Might be.
Oh, let's just go to Creator Classic.
Yeah.
They just get me out of here. This is the stupidest thing.
I keep telling him to get rid of that garbage.
They're not gonna listen.
No.
They're gonna do what they want to do.
Live streaming.
Live stream offline on there. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Let's go to that one. Okay, there we go. And it's showing the details of it at least.
Yeah. Good.
Good enough?
Good enough.
We'll just minimize that. We can bring the Streamlabs up. But it's not showing the chat. Let's try refreshing the chat.
Huh. Well, I can see the chat. If I need to, I can run chat from my laptop.
Okay.
I'll just do it in my account. I can still smite the peoples from it, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, I'm sure there's enough moderators in there to
Yeah.
take care of everything.
It's not on my channel, so I'm not going to worry about it. That's my attitude right now.
There, we popped out the chat. That's all we really need is the chat. There.
And seeing what us dummies are doing.
And let's go ahead and minimize that screen. And then this one here.
It just hides it.
Okay.
Whatever. It's dumb. I hate
Whatever.
it. Screw you, YouTube.
I just gotta start live streaming more, and then I'll get it all figured out.
Yeah.
I just don't do it.
Okay, well, I have your magical tools sitting right there so we can get the operation started.
Do we need rubber gloves?
Do you have some?
No.
We might need some for the thermal compound.
Nah, I don't need it for that.
I
That's what we got rubbing alcohol for.
I think we should probably turn the machine on and get it warming up.
Yeah, we should. Anyway, today we're going to take and switch out the nozzle. Originally, this is a Micro Swiss 0.4 millimeter nozzle that I switched out a while back. I've decided I want to print some big stuff and I want to do it fairly fast. So we're going to go with a 0.8 millimeter nozzle. That'll make life a little bit easier. Plus, it should get some pretty good looking lines and stuff. While we're at it, Calvin has decided that he wants to change out the
We're not going to
material between the heat sink and something or other.
No, we're just going to take between the heat sink here on the hot end and the extruder body, there's no thermal compound. So we're just going to put a little bit there just to help.
A little bit of thermal compound.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, that's the idea. We'll give that a shot.
Let me find some tools. I need my tools.
I got the tweezers.
I didn't say we needed tweezers.
Well, I found a tweezer. I learned this on The Verge.
Oh my gosh. Don't make me re-educate you. Okay.
Well, first we've got the table. We've got the table. We've got the tweezers. We need the anti-static thing, don't we? Oh, that's right, we're not doing electronics.
Please donate money so Jimmy can send me to therapy after this.
Don't we have some? Don't we have one of those Matter Hackers anti-static bracelets around here?
I think I saw one in your car earlier.
Crab's drill. Yeah. Where's my drill? Oh yeah, there it is.
We're gonna use this to unscrew it.
Oh no, the battery's dead. We gotta charge the battery.
Oh, Ewan, we're so sorry, dude. No, we're not. Okay, I think it's probably hot now. Yeah, we're hot.
Hot enough? Okay.
I bumped it up to 230 just to be safe.
Okay.
Don't burn yourself, please.
Oh, come on. It's not my first rodeo. I'm just trying to figure out where the wires are coming in and out so I don't snag any wires.
No, you're supposed to snag the wires, break it, and then go on the forum and blame artillery.
Right?
That's how you do it. You're not doing it right. You're doing it wrong.
Doing it all wrong. Oh no, now my hot end is wiggling. Oh my god, what do I do now?
I should put it in the box and send it back to Amazon because it's broken.
Being a little bit sarcastic today. Sorry guys.
Jimmy went on the artillery forum and saw much stupid and now is in a bad mood. So.
I can't even.
Yeah. Oh, we forgot to take the filament out. That helps.
Yeah.
No,
Did any of the melted part come out?
No.
Okay.
It's almost there.
No, I mean, did any of the melted part of the...
Yeah. Oh, it
Yeah,
did.
it did. Okay, good.
Give that nuclear meltdown a minute to cool.
Well, I don't want it to cool too much while it's inside the socket.
True.
And just find something to set that on. Should have totally cleaned the nozzle out first, but it'll be fine.
Nobody cares. It's not my machine. So there's your big daddy.
So I shouldn't have any problems with just putting this back up in there, right?
Right.
You know what? I'm going
Screw it in there by hand.
to do it by hand for a couple threads first.
You want me to get it because I got the better angle?
Yeah, go for it.
Ooh, it's a big opening.
Stick it in there, man. Stick it in there. Yeah. Screwing with confidence.
We're putting the long screw in the long hole today. We're doing it right, people.
Okay, so now let's make sure it's not bottoming out. No, that's right, I gotta flip this around.
It should be fine.
No, it should not be fine.
Yes, it will be. You have a little faith in your machine.
Yeah, there's gap.
There's definitely gap. There's miles of gap.
There we go.
Let's let it sit for a minute and then tighten it again just to be safe.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
I always let it sit for a couple of minutes to heat up, and then I just give it a final snug.
So, we discussed about switching over to the all metal hot end on it. And since I print with PLA and maybe ABS on very rare occasions, we decided to just go ahead and stick with the original
PTFE.
Yeah, just leave the PTFE in it. It'll be fine. This one, the PTFE doesn't go all the way down to the nozzle, correct?
It goes to the top of the nozzle.
Okay, but it doesn't create the seal between the nozzle and the hot end. Okay.
It should not, no.
Or the nozzle and the throat. Okay. Okay, well, we can give them that a moment. Once again, we're using adjustable end wrench just to make sure we don't break off the hot end of the heat, the nozzle or anything. Nozzle. God.
You're really,
I'm out of it today, man. I won't lie. I don't feel good.
I can tell. So
It's hot up in here, man.
Elon's saying, and all you have to do is tighten the nozzle to the block and then put it on the machine. Once you get oozing and clogging, you complain, make a fuss, and pretend to cry, get a refund.
There we go.
And that, honestly, is the thing that I hate is when, and I'm not saying that, this is very much a double-edged sword for companies, but what bugs me is when people publicly go out there and scream and kick and cry about something that really is not that big of a deal, and then the company comes along and publicly shuts them up by handing them hush items.
Yeah.
And then everybody else thinks they can do that, and I'm like, you should do that as a quiet thing. Don't make it public, or everybody's gonna think they're gonna do that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so what else are you wanting to do to this?
I'm giving it a minute for the hot end to cool down, so the fan's not running. We're just gonna pop this guy off,
What's this guy? Oh,
the fan and the heat sink, and then we're just gonna put a little compound on there, stick back on, call it done.
So there's no compound on there right now?
No.
Okay.
It's probably not going to be a game changer, but it's not a bad idea either. The worst that it can do is it makes it better.
Okay.
So, and while we're at it, we can just blow out the fan and the heat sink because those get a bit dusty. I speak from experience. It says don't. Thanks, Jerry.
I missed that intro.
I'm working on sunshine.
What?
Anybody who's watched South Park or an episode of Intervention will get that very sarcastic and actually sad joke.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've watched South Park and I didn't get that joke.
Okay. People suspect they're parodying an episode of Intervention with this girl who's literally addicted to huffing canned duster. And there's a scene in it where she's just totally out of her mind. She's like, I'm walking on sunshine. Like, it's actually really tragic watching.
You do realize you're not on camera, right?
Yeah, I realize that. But the cool thing is, years later, they actually were doing a follow-up with her, and she actually got hired on at the very place that she was going to for rehab, and now works there and has been clean for like 5 years.
Well, that's good.
Really good for her. I mean, she looked totally different.
Does she start out her deal by saying, "You never do this"?
No.
Okay, so now he's going to take that off.
It's almost to the point where the fan will shut off, so probably good. Undo the 4 screws. Should make Louis Rossman jokes while we're at it. Well, the offset hands do their thing.
Okay, so what? That's it. Break my fan. Come on.
Oh yeah, that thing's got a little dust in it. Not as bad as mine. Oh, that's not
Well,
bad.
that's not bad at all.
Oh, mine was bad. That's probably good enough. Let's just wipe that down to get off any of the oily gunk on there on both surfaces.
Okay, you got, make sure you have a napkin right here. There we go.
Where's the magical alcohol?
Right there in front of you. Literally, if it was a snake, it would have bit
Yeah,
your
I would have
balls
been
off.
dead by now.
It would have bit your balls off. There we go.
This Precious didn't smash them off yet.
So, what's the deal with the hole here in that side piece?
That is for the bearing for the, that's actually where the motor shaft comes out. It goes sort of, if you're running it in a mirrored setup, that's where the motor would be, I believe.
Okay.
So just put a couple of dots on there.
So, should I go the P method or the line method? Or the X method?
Do it however you want, good sir. It's your thing.
I'm going to go the P method.
People, look at how much compound this guy uses. I mean, look at that. Look at that.
It says a pea size.
How big? How big?
That's a very small pea, by the way.
Okay.
Wait, hang on for me. There's. See that?
Yeah.
That was on the back side.
All right, let's just turn this off so the fan's not running and we don't break it.
The little wisps got deep inside.
Oh, it's not a bad idea to remove them.
Calvin, we know how bad your stuff can get, aka your sploogy laptop.
Guys will
I
never...
can't wait till one of your science professors goes and watches this and sees your laptop and says, "My God, Calvin, what do you do with your laptop at home?"
You know I'm not a science major.
Well, you take science classes, don't you?
I already took them.
Did you? Oh, okay.
I took them before I transferred. Go me.
Go you.
Yeah. I just gotta try and get everything lined up. What are we hanging up on here? Oh, too low.
Did you just make my little dot of stuff get smashed and then take it back off? Doesn't that mean we have to redo it?
Shush. Do you want me to leave you to fix your own printer by yourself, Mr. You're not putting the compound on right?
I don't care. One thing we do have to do is re-level that bed. Find a piece of paper.
I think there's a couple floating down there.
Let's see.
Good old commercial invoice will do.
Yep. And since we're doing it on Build Tech, we will make sure that we double it.
So, you didn't buy any feeler gauges today at Harbor Freight. I'm kind of surprised.
Why are you surprised? I hate feeler gauges.
No, feeler gauges...
I'm not adjusting any valves on the car engine or anything.
You know, feeler gauges are the only proper way to set your first layer height according to the internet.
I'll show the shortest Rossman stream. That was a hilarious stream.
What happened?
He literally opens up this laptop. He opens it up and finds spooge on the inside where somebody literally planted this inside this computer and sent it to him. It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad.
Don't even want to know.
I just told you. What do you mean you don't want to know?
I don't want to know any more about it. That's what I want to know. Alright. Let's home.
I see my little dot all the way up here, huh?
Yeah. Your little dot got everywhere. That's good. Jeez, Calvin, you never clean your printer bed. It's nasty.
Well, this printer has not been turned on in what?
Ages?
2 months? Probably?
You should apologize to Tracy because Carolyn's printer is now taken over, you jerk.
It's not taking over completely. I'm getting ready to do this one, aren't I?
Well, for a while there it took over.
Okay, go to your homing thing here. Let's check the bed
Let's
level.
level it. Yeah. You want me to adjust it?
Yeah, go ahead. You're on that side.
Everybody can see my skinniness. Yes.
Barely.
Yes, I've lost weight. It's great. Go on the Calvin diet.
Nobody said anything about you losing weight.
Oh, I know I've lost weight. I'm not gonna...
Because you refuse to eat. That's why.
I'm trying to eat. Hey! I ate my whole meal today over at Black Bear, alright?
You did. That was a miracle.
Dude, I was freaking hungry. I have not been eating very much the last 2 weeks from stress. So,
Why are you stressed, man?
school projects. Dealing
Oh.
with people I don't really trust, and yeah. We got it done, but, you know. Maybe I'm being slightly perfectionistic, but when I saw everything else that was there, I kind of felt better, but
Yeah.
I know we're being judged by ourselves, but I also judge myself based off of everybody else that's there, and it was kind of depressing, actually. Yeah, I think we're good to go. See, people, that was really hard.
That was difficult, man.
I need a nap.
That was hard.
In the words of Grandma, I need a nap, dude. I am
You
perfect for
probably
that.
do, man.
Yeah.
It's from that malnutrition.
Thank you, Dr. Tidbits. That was great. That was revolutionary. That was groundbreaking. Please don't take my eyeball out.
Okay, I just had to take off the brittle portion of it. And so with that first, seems like within that first, I just messed up.
Fail.
Does that mean I have to take and send it back to?
Yes.
To
You're gonna mail it out. It's gonna go out and it's gonna come back to you.
well, this is pretty bad right here. Let's see.
Oh boy. What's up, red light? Long time no see.
Okay. Hang on, there's my tingle. There we go. Stay right there. Don't you dare. There we go. Let's see if that feels better now. Yep, that feels a lot better. Found the tingle, got rid of the tingle.
Wow.
But everybody else says just send it back to Amazon.
I'm gonna do a video about why Amazon's return policy is not why it's actually harmful.
Better raise it up off that bed.
Yeah, I'm going to.
While we're at it, where's my? Is this my stick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh, look
Let's
at
see.
that.
I hope this doesn't mess everything up. That is a fat string, man. Turn it up to about 220 and let's see how
I'm
that
running it at
streams.
220 right now.
Oh, you are?
Yeah. Dude,
How-
that thing pushes so nice at 220.
Okay, so about 220 should be about right for the
220
temperature,
will
or should I go a little bit more?
220.
Excuse me.
Oh. Oh, dude, this is gonna be gnarly, man.
I've been looking forward to this. This is something I've been wanting to do for a while.
Much filament extrude.
I need a new window because I don't want to mess with any of that. Let's go over here to Thingiverse. No, not Thingiverse, Tinkercad. Because I already have my model.
Made.
Yeah. Stupid sign in. It always kicks me out. I don't know why. There. Stay signed in.
It never works.
I don't need a sign out. Nobody ever looks at my stuff on there anyway. Okay, so I need... Come on, just let me download it. I gotta open it to download it, don't I?
Probably.
Download. STL. Okay. Yeah, you like that, don't you?
Oh yeah. That is sexy right there, dude. Elon's gonna get so excited when he sees that thing, man. It's gonna make him feel so happy inside. Refresh it.
Come on, you stupid thing. Okay. Do this. Download. Export. STL. I never got a chance to finish my little cap thing I was going to do for it, but I don't really have to have the cap thing. It's not important.
We can at least get something started for this.
Yeah. So let's go to Maker Cura 4.2.1.
You only clicked once.
Yeah, see, I haven't been out here messing with this for a couple weeks now.
It sadly shows.
This week I've just been sick.
I feel you, dude.
Sick as a dog.
Well, I can tell. You're definitely not firing on all cylinders.
Yeah. If I was an 8-cylinder, I'd be firing on about 2.
That is sad.
If I was a 4-cylinder, I'd be running on a half.
Misfiring every other time.
Okay, let's see if I even have the artillery one in this, because remember a while back I messed up and lost my...
You nuked it.
Yeah, I lost all my settings.
Worst case scenario, I can do it on the you-know-what.
Let's see, settings, printer. It's not
I
there.
think it's in the other Kira, if I recall.
No, the other Cura's broke.
Really?
Yeah.
If you drop the files on the drive, I can just slice them really fast on my
No, it's alright. I just create a new profile. It might take me a second.
Okay.
Let's see. Add printer. Non-network printer. I doubt they have it on here, do they?
Probably not.
So it'd be custom. That's going to be artillery. 3D SW-X1. Add. Once again, I never go by what they tell you on the screen or on the website. Be nice if I turned it the right way, huh?
Freedom units are the best.
Yeah, but not for this. 31. So it'd be 310. 310. 310. This is what, 400 or 420?
400. No happy hour on this one.
Rats. Heated bed, Marlin. Clear all that out because it does not matter.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, it just doesn't like me changing anything on that part, does it? Extruder, it's going to be 1.75
The inferior size.
with a 0.8 millimeter nozzle.
Yeah.
You like that, don't you?
Oh yeah. Much zoom.
Cooling fan number. There's one cooling fan, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So now we're going to change this one from fine to a extra coarse. You think 0.6?
Yeah.
That should give us like layer lines, right?
That will give you hecka layer lines. Are you kidding me, dude?
I just for an original just quick dirty print.
Oh, you're gonna see layer lines.
That's gonna be a point.
Keep it at 0.3.
No, for the first layer.
Yeah, because you're running such a fat nozzle, it needs to be up higher so it can push it.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. 0.3 is for a 0.2 layer, for a 0.2. So it would be a 0.7. Right?
It's up to you. Hey,
Because you got to have the gap.
right.
And
hey,
then...
your machine.
Okay, well, we're going to try it. And we're just going to go one parameter for now. Just 0.8, just to test it. And infill, we'll just go 10%. We're going to go, no, not lines, zigzag. Bring temperature 220. Build plate 60 will be fine. Flow
100.
there, and there'll be 110 for the first layer. And retraction. Let's go 0.3. Retraction speed 35. Retraction minimal travel be let's do 5 millimeters. No, actually let's do 10 millimeters. Retraction switch distance. Well, that should not be there because there is no switch distance. And then print speed. We're going to go, what, 35?
Yeah.
And then we're going to go outer wall at
20.
let's just go 30, huh?
Yeah.
Do that as 20. Travel speed 90. Additional layer speed
20.
20. That's what the top and bottom speed is supposed to be.
It'll be fine. You're running it slow anyways, so.
True. Z-hop. That's only over. Really, on this one, it doesn't matter, but just go ahead and do it. Fan speed 100% at layer 3. Actually, I better just do layer 2, huh?
No,
Since it's
layer
so fat.
3.
Layer 3? Okay.
You don't want to kick it on too fast, or you'll.
Minimum layer time, probably 20 seconds on this, huh?
Yeah.
Since it's so thick and heavy, going to be heat soaked. No support, and we're going to go skirt. Being that big, I'm just going to go one line count. Huh? There's no use going at it 3 times.
This is all a test, anyways.
Yeah. Dual extrusion. It's got to shut off, so I don't know why it's even showing me that other part. Okay.
Let's slice this stupid thing.
Yeah.
They're getting impatient in the chat.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're saying that we don't care about them anymore, and
Oh, I care, but it's I'm
You
trying to find out.
find out why YouTube sucks and why they hate us, and
Where's my thing at? Downloads. What did I call it? Yeah, there we go. So we're going to do the
top.
Let's do the top.
Oh, that thing big.
So it's 1 inch. Is that too much?
No, that's good. Hit the slice button, dude. I'm dying to see this thing.
Okay.
Oh, you can't have 0 for your nozzle switch speed.
There's no switch.
Just tell it. Just tell it. It needs.
Oh my god.
I know it's
I
stupid.
should do 1,000 for the speed and see if it likes that. That's stupid. Why? It doesn't need it for this. But that's what I get for. That's the thing I hate about Cura is that if you have one printer set up in it, and then when you go to add a new profile, it takes and wants to keep that profile.
You know what? Another program doesn't do that.
Don't start with me on that. I'm also not going to spend $150 on it either.
I know, I know.
This is going to take 3 hours and 30 minutes.
Just push the button. You know how long that would take if it wasn't? Probably about 3 times that long.
Oh yeah, this one, if I did it with the 0.4...
And honestly, once we get it going, we can probably push the speed up and really see what it can do. This
Yeah.
is all an experiment anyways. We could easily probably go 45 or 60.
There you go.
Yeah,
Let's
boy.
bring the camera back up. Let's bring up the chat. So we can see how bad everybody hates us. Ooh, Theresa's in the house. You didn't tell me she is in the house. Man.
Hey, I don't have to tell you everything. You can figure it out for yourself.
No one is paying attention. Yeah, what we did is we changed out the nozzle. It's now got a 0.8 millimeter nozzle on it. And...
Make sure the file got saved on there because I'm not seeing it.
oh, goodness. Really?
Fiddle, I think you put it in the wrong spot.
Drive O. You know what? Maybe I need to clean Drive O out.
Just, yeah, format it. What's on there is old.
You sure? Just format the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
None of the files that are on there matter.
Not even the Hicktop file?
Nope.
Okay. Well, Hicktop. Was there a Hicktop file on the drive? There should not be a Hicktop file on that drive.
Try this guy and see what's on there.
This is not my... That's yours. There's mine. I don't say no
That
Hicktops.
explains where my magic blue drive went. Along with your AARP card.
What the? Okay, so this has got your other files on it.
Just format it, it's fine.
My goodness, what have you done to my... Oh.
I've loaded it up with simplified 3D goodness, that's what I've done.
Okay. Try it.
Let's try. Oh, there we go. And now we can watch that amazing heating system on this thing go and heat it up.
Well, you didn't already have it preheated?
Now, can we turn off the overhead fan because it's cooling the bed on this a lot?
Sure.
Thanks. I'm actually trying to see if my bad idea will work or not.
What's your bad idea?
I'm trying to put one of my screw clamps as a one-piece design in PETG. See if it can be done.
Oh, did you try that PETG?
No.
Because that PETG is
I know, it's soaking
old.
wet.
It's the first roll I ever bought.
And you know what? It actually prints halfway decently.
I know, it does.
I know it's not ideal, but the whole thing is literally a straight experiment. That's why I got my nylon drawing in the dehydrator right now. So
I hope I got enough filament.
you'll have more than enough. You have a filament run out sensor anyways.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know if it's activated or not.
It is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if we tried to start the print, it would sit there and go, beep, you don't have any filament.
Is Jimmy stealing stuff again?
Yes.
What am I stealing?
My soul, my sanity.
Yeah, but we're at my office with my...
Hey, I was nice and I bought brunch for us, alright? It was really good, by the way.
It was good. Thank you for breakfast, man.
Oh, dude.
That was good.
I don't know about you, but I'm starting to get hungry again.
I think Calvin's paid to mention that brand.
No, honestly, I use it, but I'm actually starting to find myself slowly slipping away from it over to Kira. I will be perfectly honest. I do not pick sides. There's an upcoming video where I'm going to use the ironing function in Kira to smooth out the top of a stamp that I'm building for a friend.
We forgot to clean the bed.
It'll be fine. Look at that.
That is thick.
Oh, dude.
That is one thick line, man. And that totally sounded like a drug reference.
Oh, yeah!
I wonder how I can zoom in on this. Dude.
Is that big enough or what?
I don't know. Is it?
I don't know, man.
So my dowel that's going in there is going to be a 1.25 inches. So I sized it as 1.35 inches.
That should be good, because it's never 1.25 inches. It's more like 1.3.
Probably.
We might need to change the retraction settings a little bit, because there is a little bit of a gap, but oh well, it's all an experiment right now.
That should have just been the
Oh, the brand on the inside?
brand.
We'll see. Okay, now it's going good. Never mind. No, Teresa, it's never big enough.
So it's going to go 2 perimeters?
Yeah.
I just did it as 0.8. I didn't do it as 1.6.
Whatever. It's printing. That's all that matters to me, dude.
Which that's what I wanted. I wanted two lines.
Yes, Teresa. Yes. Elon says he did a protonote with a 1.2 nozzle at a 1mm layer height.
What's that?
Elon says he did a protonome with a 1.2 diameter nozzle.
How smooth was it?
Probably not very, but that thing probably printed so fast, it's not even funny.
Dude. That thing is sick. We need to zoom in on it.
I'll move the camera forward.
Bring the camera forward. I'm going to see if I can
Wait,
zoom it in the
I'm
software.
just going to pop it off the thing so we don't lose
Oh,
the
okay.
positioning.
So don't worry about about zooming it.
No. Look at that. Look at that.
Look at the thick lines, man.
Look at that. Respect it. Oh, yeah.
Look at the amount of territory it's covering in that amount of time.
I mean, look at that extruder moving. I mean,
We got set at what, 20?
yeah. I mean, look at that spool. It is going.
That's got me worried, kinda.
I mean, look at that thing. It is just spinning off the hook.
We're gonna wear it out.
Nah. Let me see if I can set this up on something so everyone can see it better and not get motion sickness.
I know. I need to fix up a smaller tripod of some sort. That looks sexy right there.
Oh yeah.
That is sexy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's first layer porn right there. You know, you could bring that up and then tilt it down a little bit and get a little more of a downward shot on it.
Yes, Dad, I will do that.
I'm just saying, you know.
I know.
But it's accordion looking type setup.
Let me just see what I can do.
Are you gonna go with a different box?
I'm gonna set a box on the box.
And okay, that's pretty good right there.
Yeah.
Let me see those fat lines right there, man.
Fat.
Fat. PHAT. Okay, not that fat.
Oh my gosh. Even though I don't have a need to, the irony is I have a .25 nozzle in my pocket I need to put on my artillery at some point just to see what it does, because I wanted to see if it's viable or not.
The layers were thick, scaled up to 200 millimeter on the close your ears, Calvin. Prusa MK3.
Oh, not a Prusa. Ew. No, Prusas are fine. It's just
There's nothing wrong with Prusas at all.
the only thing that's a slight.
You're not part of the Artillery3D forum anymore, are you?
I left because I was getting harassed too much and I just had enough of it.
I
Okay, for the record, guys, I didn't have a falling out with Artillery. I just had a falling out with the jerks on their group. I'm making that clear now so nobody thinks I have beef with Artillery.
There is a guy who posted a review, and somebody shared that link on there, and I mean, it's the most derogatory stuff you have ever seen. And I was just like, okay, so there's somebody worse than me. I know somewhere there's got to be a forum where there's people talking about me like that, but my God, this guy got the hate up the yin-yang.
What was he complaining about?
It's not that he complained. Well, I don't know. I could not watch his video because I just couldn't. I don't know why.
You literally couldn't even.
For one thing, he had his little kid up on the table, and I was just waiting for the kid to fall off and bonk its head. So I decided I didn't want to see it. But I fast forward a little bit, and before he even printed anything with it, he was already altering the hot end.
Oh boy.
And even as far as could cut a notch in it, so you could use a screwdriver to screw the heat break into it, or something like that. It's just, I saw it and I cringed, and I'm like, I can't watch this. I just, in the words of you know who, I can't even.
You literally couldn't even, yeah. And honestly, there are some videos that I've seen that are like that. That's like I just start watching them and I'm like, I'm done. I cannot watch this level of stupidity. I'm sorry.
It was one of those where it's like, I was sick. I knew that a lot of it was probably because I was sick. So I just like, I don't even want to see it. I'll watch it later.
Yeah, in my case with the forum, I just got sick and tired of people giving me a hard time, because whenever people were posting up simple questions, I'd always jump in there with my video and be like, here, watch and learn. And people were thinking I was doing it to try and push my channel, but I was doing it because I'd spent a lot of time making videos to try and help people, and a lot of people were finding it useful. So, whatever.
I'm hearing something. Little click here or there.
I think it's because we're doing the first layers, trying to push out a little more filament than it should, because we upped the first layer flow.
Probably should have just bumped it down to 100%, left it.
Yeah.
Okay, lesson learned.
It's going fine.
Look how smooth that looks, though.
Yeah. That's called bed leveling, people. Radical concept nobody understands.
Oh my God. Quit being so sarcastic, man. My God.
Here, I'll turn the light off so you guys can see it better. There we go.
Can they see it better?
Yeah, because now it's not washed out by the light.
Did you just say worst?
Yes. I was talking to Grandma earlier on the phone, so there.
How do you spell that?
WARSHED.
Okay.
Yes, it's washed out.
Worst.
Yeah.
It's not washed.
No.
It's washed.
It's a washing machine. That's what Grandma says. I'm not making it up.
I've never sold any of those before.
Really?
I've sold washing machines, but I've never sold a washing machine.
Well, Grandma swears up and down that she had the best washing machine that she bought years ago until the thing died.
That's when they started redoing them as the washing machine?
Yeah. I think she meant using a washboard and like a wringer or something like that. So, one Raz is asking 1.75 or 3. This machine is 1.75.
1.75 with a 0.8 millimeter nozzle.
It could be worse. It could be using a 1 millimeter, or like a 1.2.
That'd be sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, except I don't see how we could keep the hot end hot enough to do it.
It would work.
Would it?
Oh yeah. You gotta remember, this filament melts really easily, and you got a huge heating area. So Elon's saying it changed his hot into micro Swiss on the Duplicator i3 less than a week after owning it. It was wanting to print higher temp stuff, and I didn't break it.
Awesome.
Congratulations, dude. I mean, honestly, I'm personally a fan of an all-metal hot end just because then you don't have to worry about tubes wearing out and blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, it's like, I understand why they have PTFE line. It's easier to use. It's less likely to get jammed if your fan's not running it, if it's not tuned in tip-top condition. So there's pros and cons.
Yeah.
But for me, because I print a lot in PETG and ABS and nylon, I need that ability to print really, really hot. So for me, it's definitely a different story. But everybody's different, so.
What? How much time do we have on this right at the moment, as far as printing time?
Printing time. 12 minutes.
12 minutes, and
Yeah.
it's spanned that far already.
Yeah. And you know we could have probably printed this first layer faster.
Yes, I think we could have. Do we dare?
Yeah, why not? It's all an experiment. I'm going to bump it up to 125%.
I was going to say 150.
Okay, well, we'll have 150.
I mean, this is literally just an experiment at this point.
Alright, I bumped it up to 150. Let's give it a minute to catch up. Sorry, guys.
That is.
Oh, there it goes. It's picking up speed.
Is it?
Yeah. I think it is.
I can't tell yet.
I think it did. Eh, we'll find out soon enough. When the extruder starts spinning, I think it did speed up because look at the spool, it's moving fast.
Oh, goodness.
So
I
now
better order some more filament.
quick, everybody return your AMZ so Jimmy can get it.
No, I need to order some from them. I need to get.
Do they sell like?
There goes.
Oh,
It just went up a notch.
it'll probably take it a couple of passes to pick up speed.
Oh, there.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Okay, that must have been the 150 right there.
Do they sell like 3 or 5 kilogram spools?
No, all I've ever seen is the 1 kilogram, but it'd be worth asking if they could do a special request,
That or
because he might be able to do a special request on it. I don't know.
it's worth asking because honestly, if you're going to be printing with big nozzles, you're going to want big spools. I'm serious.
More power.
You mean Tim the Toolman Taylor?
Yep.
Oh gosh.
More power.
I never watched Tool Time when it was originally on TV, but I've caught episodes of it. The show is so funny.
Yeah, it was.
Oh my gosh. Partly because they were actually trying to build stuff on there, and all the times that Tim did things wrong, it's like it should be shown in every like safety class for how not to do things.
Ewan has held a 10 kilogram spool.
Oh boy.
That's what, like 30 pounds?
22.
22?
Because 1 kilo is about 2.2 pounds.
That's right. So yeah, it'd be 2.2.
Yes, Teresa, bigger is better when it comes to filament spools.
That's not what she said. She just said bigger is better. In
I
general.
know she meant filament spools. And resin bottles.
Oh God.
Good thing Beth's not watching this. That thing is just
I'm trying to see if there's a difference in surface quality. Yeah, it looks identical at that speed.
Honestly, it's because we're laying down such a fat layer. We could have probably gone higher on the first layer height and been good. So you were right on the first layer height. I was wrong. Sorry about that.
Could you imagine if we would have done that at a 0.3 layer height? They wouldn't even know what to do with the filament.
Yeah.
Well, it probably would have slowed it down tremendously.
Yeah.
Trying to do it. Dude, that's. I'm used to printing with a 0.4 nozzle. I'm not used to it going quite this much territory in that amount of time. Because usually it takes an eternity.
Big nozzle territory, dude. It takes some getting used to.
I'm used to going like maybe 25 minutes to print something that size.
If that.
And we're sitting at what, 10 minutes now?
16 minutes.
60 minutes?
30.
Well, you might still be close to that time then. Of course, we're also running at
Faster.
what, 20. I normally print at 25 for the first layer.
Yeah.
We probably could have printed faster on the first layer.
Oh well. It's all an experiment.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's cool. Of course, then again, the next layer will be printing at 0.6.
Yeah. That's when you're really gonna freak out.
And then it's going to be printing a little bit faster, but it's not going to be printing at 110% extrusion either. So it shouldn't be rolling tremendously faster than that.
Yeah, we'll see.
And you still think 220 is going to be fine on temperature?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you gotta remember, that thing's got like that much room to heat up the filament. Originally, we've like I think we've quadrupled the size, so I think we'll be good.
Teresa said quit putting words in her mouth.
I didn't put words in her mouth. She put them in there herself.
No, she did not say when it comes to filament.
I know that's what she meant. I'm standing by that statement. Because I don't have a dirty mind.
Yes, you do. You just don't let anybody know it. I've seen your laptop, remember? Are you checking to make sure it's all clean? Oh. You're killing me, man. You're killing me.
Okay, it's all clean now. I probably just blew out everybody's speakers.
Well, luckily the microphone's like 4 feet away from it.
And it has the peak clipping.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's completely topping out on the scale.
Yeah.
I guess we should have asked, how's the sound? Is it too much, too little, just right?
Yes, Teresa, shots were fired because we've got some artillery over here.
Oh, that was horrible.
You don't know how many times students have said that I'm definitely good dad material because I can make good dad jokes. I have to explain that I'm really not interested in having children at this point in my life. Which is like the whole of my life, probably. Whatever. Yeah, Ron, when it gets to the second layer, it'll go to warp speed 10.
Yeah, because it'll still be set at 150%.
Gotta remember, we really toned this thing down, so...
How long do you think this layer would take with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle?
Half an hour, 45 minutes.
You think so?
Under normal settings, probably. I mean, 'cause you gotta remember, this thing is laying down a fat line. So it's effectively having the time, and we can run it faster because it can shove double the filament.
Lynn, you went just too much. I can't take it.
And then it's squirting out a lot of hot filament. Because it has a bigger orifice size on it, you know, it's not restricting it.
God.
Do you want me to keep going?
You might as well. Show everybody how dirty your mind really is.
Oh gosh. Them layers though.
These holes get ripped and drilled.
Not even gonna ask what that means. Not even.
It's a quote, apparently.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
Teresa's on the floor.
Nice knowing you, Teresa. I hope it's not too hot down there.
Oh my God. Man, it's getting hot in here, man.
I know. Will we turn the AC on for a minute?
Yeah, let's see how bad the sound level is. Okay, it's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad.
Yes, yes, Iwan. It has a huge extrusion now that we have equipped it with the Micro Swiss Volcano nozzle. You know, that thing can really just erupt filament all over the place. You do know they call the upgrade pack the eruption pack, and I'm not even kidding.
Yes, you are.
Nope.
Really?
Really. Them Brits have dirty minds.
Oh my God.
The other question is, do we want to get dinner at some point?
Yeah.
I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, we need to go.
We can remotely monitor the machine from the stream. Sorry, Ron. We're just having a little too much fun over here. They got a little too hot up in here, so we had to turn the AC on to cool things down, you know, so they didn't get too crazy. Oh.
Okay, so now it's going to move over there. You should be done within the next 2 minutes at the most.
What time are we at? We'll probably be done by the 25-minute mark. It's at 23:30.
So with a .4, it would have took, what, double the time?
At least.
So it would have took this nearly an hour
Probably.
to print the first layer?
Yeah.
And that's going at the same speed, but at half the width.
Mm-hmm. Something like that. This thing is just flying. Oh, before I forget, here's your card back.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Long story short, I put it in my wallet for safekeeping and then went home and went to go use my wallet and it falls out and I'm like, oh,
And
shoot.
how many dinners did you have at Denny's?
None.
Oh, you're right. Breakfast, right?
Nope. Nope. I have not been to one yet, so I still haven't cashed in my free one yet.
Yeah.
I need to also cash in my free Red Robin one.
That's right.
Nice thing is there's a Red Robin right next to the BART station that I go to, so I should just go there one of these nights on my way home.
Yeah.
Get something to eat.
Did you go to Denny's for your it all on your birthday?
Nope.
So you didn't get your free breakfast?
No. I was, by the time, because the thing is, remember, Friday, Saturday was National Narrow Gauge Convention. I was gone. I was up from like 8 in the. I was up at like 5 in the morning until like almost midnight. The first day, and then the second day I got up at like 7 and didn't get to bed until like 8 that night when I got home. So I was absolutely exhausted. And Sunday I just spent the whole day resting. I wasn't even gonna do that. So I was just like, no.
Teresa says, "Ooh, at least Jimmy's going to get dinner." Ron says, "And a cigarette."
Oh God. Oh, here we go.
Okay, so that's second layer?
Yeah.
Or is it, let's finish up
Finish
first.
the first layer.
Okay, here we
Oh
go.
my gosh.
So how much time?
24 minutes.
24 minutes.
24 and a half.
So let's call it 25 minutes.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Look at that thing juggy.
Oh my God, look at the roll.
Told you.
Okay, so that
Is the brim, is the skirt, I mean,
there should not be a skirt at this point.
whatever.
So
We gotta remember the top and bottom speed is set slower than the others, so.
oh my god, that thing is spinning pretty good.
This is just nuts. Hey, what's up, Vince? How's it going? Randall says actually closer to 4 times. 0.4 to 0.8 is 4 times larger. Thank you. Thank you. The international egg of mystery has spoken. You know what, Ron? Pie and cornbread sound really good right about now. You might want to adjust your extruder tension a little bit tighter, but I'm going to leave that decision up to you.
Why?
Because it keeps clicking a little bit.
I think it's probably because we need to turn the heat up to about 225. I think we're running a lot of filament down that throat. Hey, I might as well join in with the innuendos. Okay, so the way I have this model done, it's supposed to be like tapered on the side. I think that's what happened. I think it laid that layer down on the outside edge, and that's what's causing me some problems right there.
Got it. You know, let's just bump it up to 230 and see what it does, because it's hovering at about 223 right now. That's because I accidentally told it to change the filament.
Oh god.
The nice thing is built into the firmware, it automatically pulls the head up, though. That's really nice.
Yeah, it is.
Most machines don't do that. So kudos to Artillery for that.
So you're going 230 now?
Yeah. I figure let's just bump it up there and see what happens. It's 228, so
I'm still hearing that noise.
let's just keep it
there.
at 230. It could also just be that our first layer, when we set the height, was too close, and it's still compensating for it. Because it's not doing infill, it doesn't have anywhere for the filament to go.
So has my rim now merged with the model?
I guess. I don't know. Hey, you made the model, not me. Teresa says she misses the cornbread from Boston Market.
Mm-hmm.
And Ron Floyd says jalapeno cornbread is great.
I'll bet it is.
And Elon says it's 226 and he's got to wake up at 7:30. Hashtag priorities. Just took a few energy drinks.
In that case, good night. You.
In that case, Elon, go get some Lucozade and you'll be great. Thing is insane. How thick are your top and bottom layers?
0.8.
Technically 2 passes. Okay.
So this should be the last of the full layer.
Okay.
And then after that should be infill.
I was gonna say, because the problem is when you're doing top and bottom layers, what'll sometimes happen is they'll kind of build up on each other,
Right.
and you'll get clicking. So when it goes to do infill, that
Yeah,
kind of
that
acts
corrects
as like a
it.
buffer zone.
Right. That's why you never want to print anything 100% on the infill. You always want to go at least 90, 95.
So it has
So it has a
somewhere
little
to
bit of expansion room.
Yeah.
Sleep is for the weak.
Oh god. Elon says that he's got some whole really, really hot peppers ripening, ready to make Joe 3D Maker Noob feel really sorry for saying yes to a bet.
Oh God, no, he did.
Is his bald head gonna catch on fire?
It won't be his bald head that catches on fire.
It'll be everything else. The cool thing is Joe's in Shanghai and my sister was actually just out there with a friend. So, hope he's having fun.
Oh, I bet he is. I'll bet he is.
He's just the kind of person that like everybody likes when they see him. I wouldn't be surprised if like everybody's like surprised that he has a bald head or something.
I imagine he took his wife with him, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
They're probably
That's
having
good.
fun. Because I know you have. I know that unless you're coming from certain countries that are near China, you have to go to a Chinese consulate or embassy
Yep.
and get a visa to visit there. I guess it's actually quite simple because they're more than happy to let you in. But because my sister and her friend actually had to go to the Chinese consulate in Los Angeles to apply for the visa to go out there, which was pretty cool. And the funny thing is, I guess there was some security guard there because people were like, they have a rule you can't use your cell phones in the waiting room, and nobody follows that rule. So the security guard's like, hey, remember, they're watching, meaning the Chinese people, because they're like right there. I'm like, oh, that is just so bad. But it's true. They're like right there. And they could deny you your visa because they see you not following the signs in the waiting room and go, oh, sorry, nope. I mean, they can deny you a visa for any number of reasons.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's not a privilege. I mean, it's like they're very, very strict about that stuff.
Well, aren't you also informed you're not supposed to say and do certain things to...
That's more North Korea, but I think it's one of those things where it's like, if you're just going to go
No,
this...
I mean over in China.
I don't know about that.
I'm pretty sure.
I mean, I'll put it this way. When visiting a foreign country,
You do what you're told.
and also learn what's considered insulting over there and don't do it. I don't care if
Yeah,
other
and
tourists
when
do
in
it.
doubt, don't reach into the dish with your left hand.
Yes, that's a good one.
That's usually not accepted in about any country except for America.
More
I
like,
think it's in America the only country that's got left-handed people.
I have no clue. Probably. Because freedom. We like left-handies.
Freedom.
My dad's a lefty, so yeah, he wouldn't do very good traveling.
God. China is strict. That's what I thought. I've heard a few stories.
Yeah. A lot of Asian countries are very strict. Like, I think it's in Singapore, if you spit on the sidewalk and they get you doing it, it's like a US like $300 to $500 fine. If you can't pay, you get like beat up or something like that. I mean, they take it seriously in these countries. I mean, you don't mess around with them.
Well, with that outbreak they had a few years ago, I forget what disease it was that broke out, and they believed a lot of it was caused by spitting, and I think that's what brought a lot of that on too.
What was it? Bird flu?
Bird flu or SARS or something like that, wasn't it? I forget which one.
SARS
it was
mid to late 90s. Bird flu, I can't remember.
Yeah, bird flu was 2000s.
It had to be bird flu because SARS
Yeah.
was transmitted through coughing.
Yeah.
Because I remember when the SARS outbreak happened, oh my gosh, everybody was freaking out. But it really showed how vulnerable we are because we're so interconnected now. Anybody can get on there and, you know. Ron says Thailand is great to visit. Actually, one of my old neighbors was from Thailand. He was really cool. Well, do we want to go get some food and leave it running?
You want to?
It's up to you. Your printer. Your stream.
Let's see. Breaking out the AFO fireballs.
Dear AFO, please get back to Jimmy. He really wants to use them.
They will never answer me back.
Yeah, I know. Yes, Teresa. Good old Ebola.
Ebola was a whole different. That was.
That was
yeah,
sad.
that was pretty bad.
That was sad. I mean, the really sad part was when you had like aid workers going out there to try and help and getting it and dying. That's when it really hit. Like, this is no joke.
What about the one on the floor?
It's going.
Throw a fireball down there.
Good idea.
Is there a fan underneath it?
No, it's on the back and the side.
Okay.
I'll turn off the dehydrator while it's on, just to be safe.
Yeah.
Something like that I don't run unattended because I don't trust it.
Yeah.
If I'm around, I trust it. If I'm not...
You know, I need to finish cleaning in here and get the other shelf set up so you can have room for your printers.
That would be great.
Because we had that silver shelving. How much longer does that print have?
A while.
Okay.
It's probably gonna... This will probably get done well before that one gets done.
Teresa says Uber Eats. Let's see.
Ben's back here is asking, you experience retraction bubbles. Some printers... Retraction bubbles. What do you mean by that? Like zits on the print?
I am going to guess retraction bubbles will be caused from retracting too far. Now with a Bowden, usually you retract up to what, 6.5 millimeters with no problems.
Yeah.
And with a direct drive, you usually want to stay within what, 3-4 millimeters maximum. Probably I'd say the most retraction I've ever done was 4.5, because beyond 4.5 you start creating jams and stuff like that because you're bringing it out of the heat zone.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Volcano's a little bit different because you do have a longer, probably about, what, 10 millimeter zone, but still I wouldn't go crazy on retraction. Anyone saying or too fast?
One thing that nobody ever talks about, though, is if your filament is ridiculously wet as well.
Yep.
That is also a thing. Now, people will argue how to store your filament and all that stuff, but my rule of thumb is if you have access to a way to dehydrate it, put it in there for a day or two and see what happens. Rule that out, because some PLAs, especially some other materials like PETG and especially nylon, will just soak up moisture faster than you would believe. So...
I can't get over how fat those lines are. I can't wait to see it actually start stacking up to see what it's going to look like. We did go kind of ridiculous on this. We went a 0.6 millimeter layer lines, so it's going to be 0.6 all the way up. So that should give some fat looking layer lines on it. It's going to be crazy as if we come back and find out that it's smooth. That's going to be nuts. But I'm pretty sure at 0.6 there should be enough of a gap in the surface of it. We are printing a piece of a model that I designed for at work. It's going to be for holding these paper towel looking things, but they're for a pig absorbent mat. But we changed the printer over to a 0.8 millimeter nozzle, so we're printing like really fat lines on it. We're just kind of curious what it's going to look like. Maybe to see if we can even do it. My voice is nearly gone, man.
Save your voice.
Brian Adams was awesome last night, man. That was an awesome concert. Between that and the smoke, my voice is shot.
And then having to deal with Precious when you came back.
Yes, Precious shredding everything she could shred.
Dude, if I had known she was doing that, I would have gone in there and kept her company, but oh well. She would have probably gone even more bonkers when I showed up, so. Don't know if that would have actually helped or not.
It looks like the only roll holder I made for my dorm so I don't get so stuck.
Oh, is this what happens after you eat too much spicy food, Iwan? Is this what happens after you go to Nando's and you get like the super atomic food over there?
Oh my god. So this is the way I designed these is so that I can use double-sided tape to mount it to the lifts. And it's going to be interesting to see if it works. And then I had another idea that if this does work, that I might try that will be even better than double-sided tape.
What's that?
Redesign the model, make an insert so that I can take the larger neodymium magnets and hot glue them or epoxy them into it, and just bump. You can move it anywhere you want. You can take it off, move it to another lift if you want, because all the lifts are going to be made out of steel anyway.
Yeah.
Just bump, done.
I think that would actually work pretty well.
So this one's going to be with double-sided tape, but like I said, if I can find, about 2-inch, inch and a half, 2-inch, and then just thin. They don't have to be super thick, but maybe about half-inch, if even that thick. That should give plenty of
surface area.
Yeah, I figure about 2-inch.
That should give you some good holding power.
Depend on the price of it. I mean, if it's real expensive, I'll stick with the double-sided tape.
They're not. I mean, the price on them has come down a lot. If you don't need any special features like really high temperatures.
If I can get two of them for like under $10, I'll try it. But if they're like $10 each, I'm not going to mess with it. I'll just stick with double-sided tape.
I mean, you can get. Let me see what the size is on these. You can get 10 1.62 diameter by 0.8 thick magnets for like $13.
And what's the strength on them?
I'm trying to figure that out.
I would be looking at probably 5 pound each. And that should take care of if somebody just bumps up against it or something like that.
This one doesn't rate a holding for us. Let me just look around and see and find somebody with a similar size that says they're
5-10 pounds would be perfect. I think I don't need anything bigger than heavier than that. That would be too much. But 5 or 10 pounds.
I mean, an 1/8 inch thick by 1.26 mil, same stuff.
Yeah.
Same specs. They're saying the maximum have an estimated pull force of 18 pounds each. You use 2 of those guys.
That would be like the absolute maximum. I think I'd want to go with it, because after that you're talking about probably ripping the plastic apart, trying to pull it off.
I think 1 or 2 of those would be good, because you got to remember that's theoretical numbers. But
how much are they?
Like you can get 10 of them for like $15.
Okay, I might just do that. I might hold off on printing. I'll probably go ahead and print one set to do with this stuff. But I think the next one I'll actually take and model it for that magnet and go magnet.
Yeah.
I think that'll be better.
I think it'll work. I mean, honestly, you're not doing anything. The thing is, with my custom Mike 6 heated bed flex plate setup, I need to buy special high temperature magnets because the normal ones that you have will get nuked at the printing temperatures that I want to print at.
Right.
Now, if I'm only going to be printing PLA for the rest of my life, I could probably get away with some lower temp ones, but because I do print a lot of high temp stuff, I need something that can go really, really hot.
Right.
The only problem is the hotter you get, the weaker they get, but then they bounce back, which is good. So.
Yeah.
Hey, Elon, can you tweet or message me those magnets? Because I'm curious.
One more line. Oh, it's there.
Almost.
That's the next one. We're going to see what happens. See how it's got that little droop down on it? That's what's got me worried. On the ends of it.
Look at that. Oh my gosh.
I did zigzag too.
Look at that spool holder move, man.
That's the infill.
Oh my word. Yeah, Elon, when you're getting something pre-cut, you're paying for somebody to cut it for you, so the price is just exorbitantly expensive.
What's that on?
plexiglass or just
Oh, yeah.
plastics in general. So
But at the same time, somebody knows what they're doing. It'll
it's
save
worth
you a
it.
lot of money.
Well, it's like if you're me or you have access to laser cutters, it's easier, but I know exactly what you mean. There's sometimes where it's actually cheaper in the long run just to pay somebody to do it for you.
So I will remodel this thing. I really don't need to go all the way up on it because see how it's drooped down on the sides? That's
Mhm.
supposed to be where it steps up at an angle. And I think it's going to create a gap right now when it starts to print this next layer. Click, 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 click. It didn't Z-hop, did it?
Or if it did, it wasn't enough.
I might just let this one roll out.
Just let it roll. This one's... We need to see if it's even going to work. Now it's doing the outside.
Does it look like it's stuck to that other layer?
Yeah.
It's weird they did the infill first, huh?
It's a setting to help reduce lines on the perimeters. There's so many new features in there, it's not even funny.
I don't remember ever changing that setting.
I didn't, but it's buried somewhere in there. I don't know what it's doing, but...
What is it doing that for? It's set at 0.8 millimeter for the thickness. I'll show you right here.
Yeah, well, let's look at it under layer view. Preview.
Right up here. It's set at 0.8.
Yeah, I know.
0.8.
Go into preview, though.
Where's preview at?
Next to save the file at the bottom. Oh, there. I use the slider on the right to see what it's doing. Pull it down. Alright, pull it up a little bit. Zoom in and see what it's doing on the perimeters.
Yeah.
Oh, it could have something to do with your taper.
Oh, that's what it is.
It's dealing
the
with
taper.
the taper. Oh, well.
It goes across the...
We are up to 48 minutes.
Wow. That's pretty good that it's done all that in 48 minutes.
Oh my gosh. Look at that go. It's just flying.
So it's already on the next layer.
Yeah.
Dude, that's insane.
Told you these fat nozzles are not
See, zigzag goes one way and then the other way, and then it just goes up back and forth. Is the cooling fan on?
Not yet. It says it should be on.
It should be on. Did it get disconnected whenever you took that thing off?
Shouldn't have.
I wonder what's going on. Because I'm not seeing the bridging I would normally see.
So I manually shut the fan off. Oh. Oh, there we go.
Was it stuck?
I don't know. It could have been... I told it to turn it off and then turn it back on again. Manually. So it could have been something in the code.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's working.
Of course, it's not doing the Z-hop either. Of course, again, it's across the...
It's doing a 0.5 Z-hop, so it might not be enough.
Dude, it's already on the next layer.
We just hit the 50-minute mark.
So all the time is going to be spent.
On the top and bottom.
Oh, but you know where we're going to have trouble is on the top layer, bridging over all that.
Nah.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think so, honestly. It'll be fine. Trust me, this machine has good bridging.
Yeah, it's got good bridging at 0.4 nozzle, but what about this?
We'll see.
Of course, now that the fan's on, it's bridging. It's actually bridging all right.
Well, do we want to eventually part our butts out of here and get food?
Yeah, let's
Said
go get
that like 10 times.
let's go get some food. Guys, we'll be back in a while. Calvin, I'm sure, will be in the chat harassing everybody. I mean, staying on there with everybody. Dude, this layer line just didn't stick.
Don't worry about it.
You sure?
Yeah. Here, I'm going to get the snips. You know, I'm going to drop the speed back down to 100.
Yeah. Do that. I think that's probably what it is. It's probably just not enough time.
Alright, I'll drop it back down to 100. There we go.
You have time to do some bonding. Anyway, guys, we'll be back probably about an hour and a half. And,
Hope the place doesn't burn down.
yeah, I hope nothing burns down. I don't think it will.
Bad.
Is it looking better now?
Yeah.
Okay, now it looks like it's actually bonding.
Yeah.
That's looking better. It's bonding now.
I'm going to take a photo of this. This is just sexy. You're going to need to post some photos of this on the Artillery page. Showing off what you can do with a big old nozzle. Making the artillery.
Well, I don't like to brag about it, but
You know what you should do is find like some helmet model on Thingiverse and just print it with this big old nozzle.
yeah.
You know the cosplay people would just go bonkers over that.
Okay, guys, well, follow us over on Twitter. We're going to go grab a bite to eat, and we'll shout out whenever we get back over here, and we'll come back and kind of finish this one up by that point.
Yeah.
Okay, see you guys in a bit. Enjoy the video.
Fuck you. Screws by.
Should we silence the mic so nobody can hear
Yeah.
chickens and cars and...
Geolocate us.
Well, they can't geolocate with a microphone. Okay, guys, I'm going to silence the mic just so you guys won't be tormented by a bunch of noise and stuff. I'll catch you guys in a bit.
Okay, guys, we are back. What is? Oh, look at that.
That's something pretty good.
Oh, that's looking good. So we just we got back from getting some bombs.
It's the one that starts with the J.
Getting back from Tacos El Jalisco, or
Jalisco or something like that. I don't know.
something complex out in good old Salinas.
Dude,
Whoa! Turn your camera
I
off.
didn't know I had that going.
Well, now you do.
I'll be right back.
Go water a tree. So we're back, and yeah, good timing. Helps that we could monitor it as well. But as you can tell, it's starting to do the top bottom layers. According to Jimmy, there's only 2 of them, and we're only at... We're only at 2 hours and 12 minutes of printing time, which, when you think about it, on our drive, I was saying that if you were to lower the infill printing speed, but you could keep the outer perimeter speed up, you could probably save some more time printing and also speed up the top and bottom layers. But this thing's going good. The one thing I will say is it does sound like the extruder's skipping a little bit, so I think you might want to adjust the tension on it. That's never been done, so oh well. But I'm really impressed with how this thing is pulling it off. Like anything though, I think it's just a matter of getting it tuned properly is you know, the important part, but at the same time the big thing is it's working. And I can't express how, when I say happy, that makes me. I genuinely mean that, because I was a little bit concerned would it work or not, but it's doing good. Welcome back, sir.
Oh, much better.
Yeah. Don't bump the hip top.
You gonna sit down or what, man?
No, I'll be good.
In that case, I'm gonna sit down.
I don't feel like pulling my clean laundry off the chair.
Is that what's on that chair?
Yeah, my clean clothing. I did it late last night and picked it up this morning while you guys were out at Shoreline. I figured that way it wouldn't get in the way of Beth doing it. So, but this thing is
Excuse me.
it's looking good. So do you want to catch up on the chat at all?
Oh God, let's see.
Well, just do the current stuff.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there's no point seeing that dumpster fire before.
Dumpster fire. There was a dumpster fire on here?
Yeah.
Let's see. Just brought both of my best fruiting white. What the? what? It looks like dumpster fire is still going on there, man. Let's see here. Hey Jimmy, I'm looking into getting into a 3D printer and wanted to get your opinion between a Ender 3 and ANET 8 or A6. Ender 3.
I don't particularly like the Ender 3, but I do have to agree with him on that. The ANET might be bigger, but I hate to say it, it seems to be plagued with more issues than the Ender 3, which also has some known issues, but they seem to be less serious. So we'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's...
Ewan agrees, Ender 3. Purely from a safety aspect, I agree on that one. Ender 3 is pretty much what most of the other manufacturers are trying to copy at the moment. So that's probably the one I would go with, is the Ender 3. I'd either go Ender 3 or I'd go A10 from G-Tech. Either way, you'd be about the same, right?
Yeah. I mean, by rights, they're all clones of each other.
Right. They're all clones of each other.
So really it just boils down... I mean, my personal opinion is when you're going into the cheap printer market, I'm talking the 300 and below range, you're going to have to do some work to the machine to get it working properly, be it changing fans or a lot of tuning or things like that. So just keep that in mind, that there's a reason why the machine is as cheap as it is. But that being said, if you know what you're doing, you can get some very good quality prints out of it. So it boils down to how much is your time and frustration and all that stuff worth to you? That's something only you can answer, so I leave it at that.
The one thing about the G-Tech A10 that I really don't understand is why did they go away from the E3D clone hot end?
Creality uses the same clone hot end.
The
same
square,
crappy,
the square, yeah. But
Yeah.
I mean, why didn't G-Tech just stick with that E3D style hot end like what's on mine? Have you seen? You've seen
I
mine,
know
right?
yours. That's what I'm trying to do with
That
mine.
was one of the original printers that came out, I think, first production run. And to me, there's just no beating that style hot end on that printer. It's just sad that they went to that squared off hot end and
It's
just
crap.
And I understand that more likely is from a supply aspect of
Yeah.
it. That's probably easier and cheaper for them to get hold of.
And it could have also just been from a footprint standpoint as well. It's
Yeah.
a smaller footprint, but I'd much rather lose 10 or 20 millimeters of Z that I'm never going to use,
Yeah.
but have a more reliable hot end. I
Right.
just leave it at that.
Exactly. The other thing is you can always take and change the machine enough to bring your hot end further out to the front to make up the difference for the height.
Yeah.
So that your extruder is passing the upper rail of the
Yeah.
3D printer, and keep your Z height by doing that, and change the as far forward as the bed will print and stuff like that, and still keep with that rather than to go with this new squared off thing, which to me it just opens up a whole new can of worms. Because let's face it, you take an E3D, it's got your round heat break on it, right?
Well, the big thing
Or heat
is
sink.
here's the big thing with the heatsink. The heatsink on the E3D has lots of room for air to move through there to draw away
Right.
the heat.
And it's circular, which means the air is going to pass around
Yeah.
this. Compared to a square block that you have a fan blowing directly on the square block, and the air is going to hit that one side, and that's it. It's not going to cool around it.
Well, the other thing is the fins are really chunky on the rectangular clone ones, and there's a huge center block that's not even cut out, so you can only remove so much heat from it. The E3D ones are designed to have as little metal in them as possible while still working, and it's a tried and true design that's been copied a bazillion times, but we all know just straight works.
Ewan says, "Oh, Calvin's pitching tent again? Yes, he's pitching a tent for tonight, and he did last night. Then he's supposed to go back up to San Francisco, so he could be up there with the peeps.
Oh my geek people.
Oh my God!"
My geek people. Yes.
He says it's always been a dumpster fire.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So you guys know, I don't live 4 blocks from the Castro anymore, which is where I used to live with Grandma. After we moved her out and the house got sold, I ended up moving to the SF Daly City border and lived there for a while. Now I'm living over in San Bruno. But I do still regularly go back to my old neighborhood to go visit my favorite little corner market that has the bomb $2.50 now slices of heaven PB&J sandwiches. I think they had to raise the price slightly, but they're still way underpriced if you ask me.
Yeah.
For what they give you, I would pay double. Gladly pay double. I'm not even kidding.
What's the name of the market?
Courtney's Market. 14.
Courtney's Market, if you're listening, please go ahead and raise your prices, because you can charge double and Calvin would totally pay it.
Well, the thing is, though, they're honestly known for having really, really fair prices on their stuff. So if they were to raise their prices overnight, people would still buy it, but I don't think they'd get the volume of people that they do. But if you guys are ever in San Francisco, Courtney's Market at 14th and Castro, you can get to it on the 24 or the 37 bus. It's totally worth it. It's cash only, but they seriously have some of the best sandwiches and stuff ever.
Yeah, if you ever find yourself in San Francisco over at the Castro, just stop by and see Calvin and say, "Hey." Hey, Brian, how you doing? Thank you for joining.
What's that, BB3D?
It's looking like it's bridging.
It is bridging.
It's bridging. It's got a little bit of a sag.
That's normal.
It could go.
You gotta remember, we're running the thing at 230.
could go 15%, and that would probably give me plenty of support underneath it.
Well, let's see what happens when it lays the second layer down.
Yeah.
Remember, we have bumped the temperature up to 230 C though, which is
I do
really
see that I
hot.
can take this thing and probably make it a 1/2 inch thick. It doesn't need to be an inch thick.
No.
I can probably go 1/2 inch, maybe 3/4, and then
Just make this part taller,
yeah.
so you got more.
Well, that's
surface
going to be
area.
taller. It's going to be
No,
3
no,
inches.
I meant to compensate for the lost surface area. Just make it taller in the model,
Yeah.
because you want decent surface area for this tape, because otherwise it won't work.
I'm really leaning toward the magnet. I'm really leaning toward the magnet.
I'll send you my affiliate link for the magnets later.
Yeah, I bet you will.
Yeah. Except I think I've actually might have ordered from that seller in the past, and if I still had them kicking around or I knew who they were, I'd
What
just give them to
market?
you.
Sounded like you said herpes market. Say hey.
Can I get a sandwich with the side of herpes, please? I'm not going to tell the story that my coworker told me about helping out his then girlfriend at the time's broken down car behind the Castro Theater. That is too going to get this stream demonetized if I say it in its full glory.
It's probably demonetized as it is.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because of all my great jokes that I made. I forgot.
Brian finished his filming for tomorrow's episode. Just needs to do the editing. That's cool. Yeah, I was really hunting for something to do this week. I was going to go ahead and print this out, but I need to get this nozzle changed out. Really, those layer lines are not bad.
No, they're not. You know what we should do when we're done with this is we should throw like a vase print on there or something that's more complex and see what it does.
And just to remind everybody, this is a 0.8 millimeter nozzle that's on this printer right now.
And we've done
And we
absolutely...
purposely bumped up the layer height is set at 0.6 millimeter layer height. We purposely did that because I wanted to see layer lines. I just wanted to see if I could go a 0.6, and it's printing in a pretty fast manner.
We should seriously throw something else on here that's going to really show off the stuff.
I need to print another tire.
You know what you should do? You should do like a giant Groot.
A giant Groot with great big layer lines.
Yes!
Oh no!
Or you should do like a minion or something like that, just to show something that would show
The
off.
evil minion.
Do them
The
and
evil minion.
scale them up and do them like with big old layers. That would look sick.
Yes.
I can tune the profile for you when we're done tonight.
That would look sick.
That would sick.
And just go hollow. Or no,
Yeah.
you can't go hollow because look at the hair on top. That
Yeah.
that wouldn't work.
I was gonna say what I could do is I could always slice it so it goes up to about there,
Yeah.
and then it starts to do infill.
Okay.
I can do that on my end on my computer, so that way.
I can do that on my computer because I got Simplified 3D on my computer.
Where'd you find the model?
That's
Thingiverse.
yeah. Go the Thingiverse, but look up Sparky Face 5.
Okay.
It's her model.
Oh, cool. No, Elon, we're not doing another Groot.
Yeah, my printers have been Grooted out. Actually, I like because I have a friend I need to print a whole bunch of Groots for Christmas. I probably need to start up on that probably this coming month in October.
Yeah.
And get those mailed off to her.
Well, the funny thing is, I mean, this is absolutely no diss to the person who came up with that Groot model. It is, by rights, amazing, but the problem is so many people printed it, people just got sick and tired of it. Which is a shame because it's really, really cool.
Well, you saw what Neary did on his school bus, right? Whenever he took and drove out to New Mexico,
No, I don't watch Nary's.
he took the Groot flower pot one where he's got like his hand on his chin or whatever, and the other hand down, and he took it and screwed it to the hood of his bus as a hood ornament. Printed in I think it was the wood PLA, and the thing did not melt at all going on through Texas and all that.
Oh my gosh.
And mind you, on the hood of a sneaking yellow school bus going down the freeway. You know that was hot. I mean, the hood of the school bus probably hit a good 190 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
And you would think that would kind of melt it or something, but no, it didn't melt it.
Some of those wood PLAs are actually pretty temperature resistant, which is impressive.
Yeah.
But
Brian said he did a vase with a .8 nozzle. It came out awesome.
I'll bet. Especially if you say up the flow a bit higher.
Yeah. Dan says, I'm getting ready to fix my Sidewinder X1. My hot end just crashed into my bed. Had to power it off real quick. I think end stop came loose or something. Now, Calvin had one of his end stops go out on him.
I did. The way to double check if your end stop went out is take anything that's metal, hold it above the end stop. If it either stays lit or will not turn on even when it's touching it, your end stop died. Now do double check that it didn't come loose. That can happen, but kind of rare.
Ron says no speed up on the top layers too. No, we kind of kept it at the same
Actually,
speed
we
as
slowed
going.
it down.
Oh, did you slow it down?
It slowed down for the top layers.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. I think it's doing like 20 on the top layer, 17 and a half or 20, something like that.
Oh, wow.
Dude, this thing is fast. At 100% scaling, it will get to the point where it needs to stop to switch. It'll reach that in just under an hour.
Really?
Yeah. Now, mind you, I've kind of tweaked the speeds a little bit,
Excuse me.
and they might be a little bit speedier than they need to be, but, you know.
Man, it's getting warm up in here, man. These printers are keeping this place hot.
Hot.
Hot. See, what you're not seeing is down on the floor, Calvin has my
The
hick
Hick
top printing a model down there.
That thing's doing a PETG model, so it's.
I'm going to tell you, though, there's no comparison between the artillery and the hick top. There's just no comparison because the hick top is a whole nother animal.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, when it comes from a two-color printing standpoint or from a using a support material standpoint, that hick top is one hard printer to beat.
Oh,
I mean, I imagine an Ultimaker probably beats it, but at the moment I'm trying to be hard-pressed to figure out another printer to be close to that,
Well, the big thing
especially price-wise.
Well, the big thing is, yeah, price. Sure, an Ultimaker might beat it, but the other thing is the fact that it has dual independent heads just means that in general you can do two different materials with two totally different properties, which is what I'm doing. I'm doing poly support and PETG. It's an experiment. They say it won't work, and knock on wood, it looks like it's working.
What won't work?
They said that in their testing they weren't able to reliably get poly support, the breakaway stuff, which is white, to work with PETG, which is black. But I figured, the heck, I'm going to give it a try. So I'm doing one of my little screw clamps as a one-piece model, just as an experiment. I want to see if it'll work or not. I think it might. So this is just me experimenting around because I can.
Oh.
Because I wanted to see how well PETG and poly support would work, but I didn't want to do one of my gigantic train models that would take literally like 24 plus hours to print. So that's why I'm doing that guy, which is like 6 or 8.
You're just wanting to know how much filament is left. We started out with what, about a half a roll,
Yeah.
and it's a little bit down, but not. It's not down quite down to a quarter of a roll. It's
still got some.
yeah, it's still got quite a bit left on the roll.
I mean, to give you an idea, I took and I scaled up Dominion 100 to 125%, so it's actually got some size to it, so you can really see the layers and whatnot. It'll take 3 hours to print, and including the area where it changes, it takes 3 hours to print, and it only takes like 130 grams of filament in theory.
Okay, on this model here, according to Cura, it will take 197 grams or 66.08 meters of PLA.
Not bad.
Of course, once again, we're not doing. I normally print at 1.2 millimeter thick wall thickness, so I'm actually printing thinner than I normally would. Okay, so now we're going to come to the moment of truth. Is it going to look smooth enough on this top layer, or do I need to bump up the infill?
You know what? I'm gonna drop the temperature.
No, it's all right. Let's leave it on that. What is it? 230?
It's at 230.
Yeah, let's leave it.
All right.
Because it's got to bond to that layer below it.
Yeah, but it'll be fine. Just trying to snap some pics for the Twitterverse here. Tracy's blown away by the photos I just sent her of the print doing the really, really thick layers.
Why are you sending messages to her, man?
She's mine, dude.
Man. How dare you? I hit a nerve, didn't I?
She mine, dude. You got Beth. You got Beth, dude.
I just hit a nerve.
You got Beth, alright?
You're in love, aren't you? Damn.
Let's go look at the dumpster fire with Dad.
I just hit a nerve, guys.
I think you hit a bigger nerve. I think you hit a bigger nerve than the night when you accidentally said something that reminded me about my old girlfriend. So.
Wow. Okay. So when are you taking a trip to China?
As soon as I get a passport.
Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere.
I didn't give a time frame though.
Yeah.
Trying to see if we got any good schools of yellow over here for Mr. Minion or orange.
He's changing the subject. He's over there searching through filament right now. He's also flipping me off too, by the way.
I was giving you a thumbs up. Okay, this is thumbs up. That's flipping you off. That's flipping you off. That's thumbs up.
Yeah, the flipping off turned into a thumbs up. Boy, I hit a nerve. I hit a nerve. This is cool. You don't understand how happy I am. I'm happy I hit a nerve.
How many years did that take?
And now I'm just going to completely just like ram something into that nerve and just keep digging at it and digging at it.
Oh, don't worry. I know where you work.
Wait, Calvin's mail order bride has been held at customs again.
Wait, what? Oh gosh. Does this stuff print decently well, or we don't know?
Jackson?
Yeah.
It's not bad.
I'm just.
It's like pizza. Even bad pizza isn't bad.
Like Little Caesars pizza's
So
not
it's-
terrible, but it's okay.
It's okay, yeah. It's kind of like Rosa's pizza in the freezer section over at the supermarket. You know, it's not great, but it's not bad. It's like that. That's the way Shaxson is. It's not great, but it's not bad.
I'm just thinking something slightly see-through like this would look really cool with the Minion.
Okay.
I was just thinking.
Yeah, that's fine.
I was just trying to find a roll of something that was yellowish.
How brittle is it going to be?
Oh boy, here we go again. I'm still gonna give it a try. I don't care.
You gotta remember it's Shaxton, so
Yeah.
let's just keep playing.
I'm gonna walk away before I get a piece of filament in my eye.
Okay, we're coming down to it. There it is.
Okay.
Here's the part that it's my theory. I might be wrong, but I don't think I am. But what I have kind of figured out over the last few years is that the filament seems like it absorbs moisture through the end of it more than it absorbs it through the outer skin of it.
Yeah.
And because if you notice, when you take one of my rolls of filament and you start popping it off like Angus did that one time where he's like popping through all of it, when you do that, you'll notice that you'll do it for like a foot, and the most of your filaments, it stops doing it after about a foot.
Yeah.
Now, where I'm talking sitting, like that right there's been sitting out for nearly a year probably.
At least.
So, that's what I've noticed. I think it absorbs moisture more through the end of the filament than it does through the skin of the outside of it.
Yeah.
God, that sounds dirty.
I just threw it into the dehydrator for a minute just to dry it out a little bit.
It'll be fine.
I'm doing it because I can. I don't care.
Hey, you're not paying the electricity bill, right?
It doesn't draw that much. Hey, okay, remember I got brunch for you this morning?
Yeah.
Really nice. So,
yeah, and I bought you dinner.
yeah, well, my dinner was cheap.
Yeah, it was.
I think yeah, whatever. Hey, those 2 tacos fill me up. That's all that matters to me.
Oh, but those asada fries, oh my God.
I would have got them, but I also knew I just couldn't have finished
Asada fries. Oh.
Yeah, but tacos al pastor, though, those things are killer.
But on Tuesday, they're 99 cents.
Yeah, I know. But
Oh my
I
God.
have class on Tuesdays till like 6 o'clock, so that
Oh,
doesn't
do you?
really work.
Yeah.
And as good as they are, they're not worth driving to Salinas to get for 50 cents off.
Oof, another mini nerve. Yeah, note to self, electricity.
It's like that meme that people have put up on Facebook where it's like their kids are like, "But you never get me anything," and then they put like the bow on the
What's
water.
a meme?
It's a thing where people share fake news on Facebook with.
You mean a meme?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
A meme?
A meme, a washing machine. You know, I have a different way of saying things.
Now it's a washing machine? How do you spell that one?
WURSHINGMACHINE.
I've heard of washing machine. I've heard of washing machine, but now it's a washing machine?
The newest model. It washes your clothing.
Oh my goodness. And he's the one going to college.
I'm going to college in San Francisco, though, so, you know, we do things differently out there.
More of a lisp.
Shut up.
More of a lisp.
I have a couple of gay friends, and they don't talk like that.
Well, I've got several gay friends and they do.
We should time-lapse the minion, though.
Yeah, I totally will.
Make a video out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Oh, man.
Excuse you. No, this thing is... We could have probably saved a lot of printing time if we had just sped up the top layers a
Well,
little bit.
I gotta make it thinner. There's no use for it to being that tall.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying if the top and bottom layers were faster, it would go quicker, but it's looking really good, though. I'm impressed. I mean, I know it's still faster than if we did with a 0.4.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a duh all around, but...
It says, well, so do I, and they do. They definitely do.
I don't know why, but they all have a universal accent. Oh, gosh.
I used to do it on the CB radio just to really tick off truckers. Hi, guys.
Oh, my gosh.
You want to light up channel 17? Try that out.
CB's still a thing?
Not anymore. Back in the day it was.
So did CB kind of become ham radio today?
You know, CB is for people who don't want to get the ham license.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I imagine there's still people on there. I imagine there are.
Oh, there's probably a bunch of old timers who just keep it alive for the heck of it. Kind of like ham radio.
Quite honestly, I probably would have still been on there had it not been for the Prunedale crowd. And because of them is the reason why I got off of there. Because there were some people that took CB way too seriously. It's kind of like... how can I describe it? It'd be kind of like meeting people from stinking Reddit in real life, and they actually being the way
they act online. Oh dear.
I'm talking. They would pull guns on people. They did a lot of horrible stuff. They even went as far as pulling a gun on my stepdaughter at one time.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean it got
them.
yeah, and to the point where he finally got put in the slammer. It took a long time, but he finally got put in jail over it.
I mean unless there's a real good reason why.
Yeah,
not appropriate.
They had me cornered up in a parking lot one time. Yeah, this guy and all of his family, and they, come on, Big Red, let's see what you got. I opened up my trunk, pulled out a ball bat, and I went for him. That was the last time I dealt with him.
Funny how when things like that come out, they flee like rats on a sinking ship.
Yeah. So I guess they decided that they need to start carrying guns or something. So, hang that.
No, that's just.
To me, when people
nuts.
start doing that garbage, that's they're just worthless, and
yeah, they're just
hang them.
They're sparring for a fight, and you're not going to give it to them. I mean, it's sad though that people will stoop that low.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, that's just not cool.
It's like it was a CB radio. No, it's not like you're on there doing anything
nefarious.
Right. It's not like I was down and dirty and had a prostitution ring or nothing.
Yeah.
That was a friend of mine, by the way.
It's not like you were running some drug trafficking organization.
And that was the woman. I used to have some really down low friends.
Yeah, I can tell. You know, it just came to mind that would look sick on there with the big nozzle.
But I've printed that so many times.
I know. I'm just saying, if
I've
TK...
printed it so many times, TK's probably sick of me printing it.
Mr. TK, if you ever so choose to come up with yet another kick butt gargoyle dragon thingamajig, yeah. Yeah. You know what you should do? Point hairy lion.
You know, Beth has been wanting me to do the biggest hairy lion I could do.
You know what? No. I just had an even better idea. What you do is a two-color hairy lion on the hick top. So you do like the golden color that you used for the minion for the fur, for the body, and then you use more like a darker brown for the hair. That would look sick. It's just an idea, but it'd be a really cool use of the dual heads on the machine, because person did come up with a dual color version, and I've always wanted to see someone do it because it would look darn cool.
Let's
and
do
then scale
it.
the thing up to like max size.
Let's do it.
All right. Well.
But first things first.
It's a little busy right now.
First things first. We'll go ahead and we'll figure out doing the evil minion.
Yeah, we'll save that for another weekend. When I come down and tie my horse up and pitch my tent.
Tie your horse up and pitch your tent. That's right. You already sliced it in the other one, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I have the. Yeah. Well.
It's like, wait, what? Oh, what, Yuna? I don't understand what you're referring to. What? I think he's surprised that I had really dirty friends.
Yeah, we all go through that phase in our life.
That was right after I got out of high school, too. I mean, as soon as I graduated from high school, that's the first thing I did is I ended up getting let's see here. I graduated from high school in 92. That was the same year that my grandmother passed away, and that's when I bought the CB radio. Was about that same time because I bought it from a cousin of mine. And she had as a Cobra GTL 146. It wasn't the 148. 148 was your, at that time, top of the line, the best CB radio you could get. And the next one down was the 146. So I got the 146 kit, and it had sideband, so you could talk upper or lower sideband. Well, this one, back at that time, they had a sing, and it was unlocked, meaning that whenever you did the tuning on sideband,
Yeah.
that you not only could adjust the, how do you describe it? So let's say you've got two channels.
Right.
Okay, you've got 38 upper, you got 38 lower, and then you have 38. 38 is your standard 40 channel CB radio. You can get on channel 38. Okay. Then with the sideband, you can go upper or lower. And then from the sideband, you could adjust and usually tune in a little bit to whoever was talking, but you broadcast on that same on a set frequency,
Right.
which was slightly above. So let's say it's 38, and then 38.5 being the upper low end, and 37.8 is being the lower side of the 38. So you could, with this one, you could actually adjust it. You could actually turn the dial, and it would actually change your broadcasting frequency to a lower frequency.
Yeah.
So you could slide between set frequencies, which was freaky as it could be. Then they had what was called, was it stepped on? Which was they called the funnies. There was a little switch on the side of it, which took you into uncharted channels. They're a set number of channels that FCC never allocated to anybody. So they're just like in limbo.
Yeah.
Well, you could go into those channels, which is just below your ham radio operating point. Oh, there was all kinds of weird stuff you could do with that.
Oh, bad.
And then, of course, being able to go upper and lower sidebands on those channels,
Oh,
and then
dear.
tweak your frequency. And me and Devil Woman had this one deal where we go on there. And this is back before I met Beth or anybody that way. And we call it the strawberry patch. Okay, so we had set frequencies that we could go to that nobody else knew where we were going, and we
Yeah.
could take off. We could be talking for hours before somebody could find us to find out what frequency you're on. And then all we have to do is name off another code word and jump to another frequency.
So it was effectively a private telephone line. It was a party line, but because nobody knew the entry code
Yeah.
to get in there.
And if the people we knew, if we gave them the frequency and they knew what the code word was, they knew where to find us.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was interesting.
All bad.
Of course, you got to remember I was also really young at the time, and
Yeah.
I was game for about anything at that time.
I hear you.
But yeah, it was a fun time. But then finally, you know, you meet other people, and then other people get jealous, and yeah, one thing leads to another. Before you know it, you have fights on there, and just one thing after another.
I mean, I remember back in the days when I used to be big into radio-controlled rock crawling.
The gray zones that have now been put into the ham radio side. Oh, really? Awesome.
I mean, I remember back in the days of radio-controlled rock crawling, I knew there was some animosity amongst people, but it wasn't until I went out to a crawling event that I realized, like, it didn't just stay on the internet. It kind of carried over that people were kind of grumpy at other people about stuff, and I'm like, I'm just here to try and have fun and meet people. I don't need you trying to trash talk everybody. I'm just going to go out and say hi to them. You know, it's just like, get over yourselves.
Yeah.
And that was kind of, I mean, I'd love to go down to my parents' house and attempt to find where one of my old rock crawlers was at, because I'd love to have it. It was very fun to do, but all that stupid infighting just killed it for me.
Yeah.
I just ended up walking away from it, and I had a decent little gig going on making parts for people and stuff. I mean, I was known, but I just finally got to the point where I was just like, I'm done.
Yeah.
This is just childish. I'm not in this to deal with everybody acting like a bunch of 5-year-olds. I mean, oh well, but it's frustrating, you know, but people will be people. There's nothing much you can do about that, so.
It looks like it's bonding pretty good.
I'd say so. By rights, that's looking really durable. It's doing good. I would consider changing your extruder tension a little bit, but that's completely up to you.
How do you change it?
Little knob. I'll do it if you want.
Yeah, just feel a little clicking.
I mean,
don't feel it stopping. I just feel a little clicking.
I mean, honestly, it could also just be that we didn't set our first layer right, and it's still, you never had time to compensate for it. But whatever. I mean, it's working.
But go ahead and adjust it a little bit if you know how to do it.
Yeah, I don't want to mess it up. We can deal with it later. It's kind of hard to get in there and reach it. You kind of need a pair of needle nose to really get at it.
Ah.
So I don't want to end up causing a layer shift trying to fix something that didn't really need it. But well, at least that film is going to get some nice dry time in.
Yeah, that's one thing I've always wanted to do. I've always wanted to get the ham operator's license. I think now you don't even have to know Morse code.
No.
I think it's all straightforward now.
It's from what I've heard. I'll send you a link to a few videos about it, because I looked at getting it back when I used to be big into drones to get the higher power transmitters.
Yeah.
I never did, but I debated getting it just to have it because it'd be kind of cool to say, but it's one of those things that's kind of like getting a forklift operator's license. It'd be nice to have, but I don't need one. But I'd like to have one, partly just to say I have one.
You know, that's one thing I sure wish I still had my setup. I used to have a 40-foot tower, and I had a 16 or 18-foot. I think it was an 18-foot. No, it was a 16-foot. But it was a what do they call those antennas? Well, it was a CB antenna, but it was one that there's a style, and I forget. I used to know all the names to them, but where it has like the 3 or 4 pieces that come down from the center portion, comes downward and spreads out. And then I had guy wires on it, and I used insulators 3/4 of the way down the guy wires. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the guys that I knew would come out and check it out because they're like, "How in the world are you able to talk to Australia so easy?" and different ones like that. And they got to figuring out one of the guy wires, the direction it was facing was directly toward Australia. So they figured because of the insulators that had something to do with it, I guess. But all I know is that it worked really good. I used to talk to Australia, talk to island off coast of, was it Norway? Name's Svalbard.
Oh my gosh.
Talked to there. Fiddle. I believe it was Nepal, India one time. Never talked to anybody in China. New Zealand. It's just crazy the places you could talk.
I mean, my uncle, my grandmother's brother, he's long since passed away, but my grandmother told me that he used to be big into radio, and he set it up, and it was interesting because, you know, various radio stations in other states and stuff would have it where, you know, every hour they go, "Hey, if you can hear us, you know, send us a little, you know, postcard from where you're at," and he'd be able to, and they'd send you like a pin or something, like a little thing like, "Oh, if you've managed to hear us," and he'd be able to tune into ones like stupidly far away and be able to hear them well enough that he could just sit there and write the thing and send it out. And I mean, people that he knew were just like, "How the heck are you doing that?" Like, he was able to tune into some way far away stuff that other people weren't. It was really cool. But,
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to get stuff from Australia. We would do that. We'd send they'd ask for an American flag. I'd send an American flag. They'd send me an Aussie flag.
Oh my gosh.
You know, they were doing stuff like that back and forth.
That is really cool.
But yeah, it was cool.
I mean, that's what it's supposed to be about, is having fun and sharing experiences without being there in person.
Yeah.
You know, what I find really cool is like, you know, everybody goes, "Oh, ham radio, that's so antiquated," but it's like, look, after a disaster or something,
it's the first thing that goes operational.
Ham radio, and kudos to all those old guys who stay up all night, all those people who volunteer their time to sit there and relay messages.
Yeah.
And help do emergency communications, because man, without that, shoot, they'd be screwed. I mean, that's when it really, you go, for all of its faults, that's when it really shows itself to be useful.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, back in the day, they used to, everybody, well, not everybody, but a good portion of the people would take their vehicles and drive up to, they would drive up to that Fremont's Peak, and would, if they had their, the car antennas on the CBs, go up there on the Fremont's Peak, which sets at 3,000 feet, and they could just talk over everybody, especially this one guy who went by Scooby-Doo. He had linear amplifiers up to Ying Ying in his vehicle. He'd go up there and just like key up, talk over people just to be a jerk about it. He did that one time. And he just got into this little pissing match with me on there. And I had already met Down and Dirty. The guy had the prostitutes. I'd met him, and me and him got along good. And he came up one day, he's like, "Hey Jimmy, I got something. You want to buy it?" Sure, I'll buy it. Popped my 250 amp, or bought amplifier on there. Dude, I was stepping on him. He got so mad. He was mad. Because he always was, you start talking, you go, I can't hear you. Does anybody hear anybody talking? Just to drown off out the other person. And I did that to him. Oh, he got upset.
So you might want to change your retraction settings so there's a definite gap where it's doing the retractions, but it's nothing terrible. And also, you're doing what, one perimeter, you said?
Yeah.
That's not going to help. But like we said, this is just a prototype.
Yeah, I definitely got to make it thinner than that. There's no reason for it to be an inch thick. No. I mean, I thought it was kind of ridiculous, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, well, maybe not. Maybe I should. And then now looking at it,
half a roll later.
Well, that's not a half a roll.
I'm being slightly sarcastic.
It's not that bad. I am interested to see how strong it's going to be. And theoretically, we could just go ahead and end it because the main body of it's done.
It's probably got 10-15 minutes left. Let's just keep it going.
Okay.
I want to see how this thing completes, though. Because I want to see that stepped area and how well it handles the cooling and everything like that.
Yeah.
So let's just run it all the way through. It's gotten this far.
I am thinking about, I'm really considering the magnets.
Do the magnets, dude.
I will
buy you the magnets to make you do the magnets if I have to.
I honestly think that might be the best way to go. I think it'll be cool. And then I can just use an epoxy to epoxy them in. I just have to get the exact depth so I can make sure that it's flush with the foot so that when it goes on there, it's on there.
Well, here's what I would do. Is when you go to epoxy the magnets in, put down a sheet of wax paper over a piece of steel.
Yeah.
Put the epoxy on the back of the magnets and then stick the magnets in there to the steel so you got a little bit of gap on the back.
Yeah.
And just let it cure. The wax paper will prevent the plate from sticking to the thing from sticking permanently because of the epoxy. But you can have a little bit of room in the back to hold the epoxy and you'll know that that's good. That's what I would do. Yeah, there probably is E1, but we don't give a crap.
Well, it was what, 190? Where's it at? Oh, I took it off of there. I mean, it was like 192 grams.
Giant Minion's 125-ish, but that's because he's big. He's a big Minion.
He's gonna be a big boy, huh?
Yeah. Well, I figure why not? We got the big nozzle. We might as well have a little bit of fun because that size is cool, but I figured let's make it a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
125%. It's not going to be a ridiculously long print time.
So what did you slice it at? What layer height?
0.6.
Okay. And how about your first layer?
I think it's...
Please don't say 0.3.
No. It's at 100%, so it's going to do a 0.6 layer to start.
Okay.
Which is...
That's not bad.
No, I intentionally went taller on it because we got the build tack. I'd much rather be high than low.
Right.
So, but this will be cool. So yeah, a little bit before the hair, so about 20 millimeters before the hair starts, it begins to do the infill for up there.
Yeah.
So that way, in case any of the infill doesn't print perfectly at the beginning, it has time to correct itself, but it should bridge just fine. I'm not that worried.
If I'm going to do magnets, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait and get the magnets and then measure the depth of it so I can make sure it's an exact depth on this so that it's completely flush.
Yeah, I'd still do it with the play method. It's easier.
Yeah.
Because they're not...
What I'm getting at is I don't want to take and have it too deep. I don't want to have it too shallow, so it's just a magnet touching.
Yeah, well,
without
that's
the
why I
foot.
said have the... When you epoxy the magnets in, have the steel plate there.
Yeah.
So you know it's flush to that.
Yeah.
So I intentionally leave excess room behind so I can pack it full of epoxy
Yeah.
so it has somewhere to go. So you can get a good bond in there. And they just get like those 99-cent store epoxy little single-use packs.
Yeah.
Those are my favorite because I can use it and then I'm not wasting a whole bunch. They might
Because
not be-
ideally, if I can actually make this work right and look right and everything, I'd be very tempted to try putting it up on Etsy.
I would. Never know.
I'd be tempted to.
I mean, let's put it this way. Yeah, it takes...
But then again, I mean, if a person was going to go full bore into it, you'd almost have to go injection molded.
Yeah.
It's not worth 3D printing them.
No. I mean, if anything, you could look into maybe selling the files for it.
Yeah.
So it's like a digital download on Etsy, like $5, and you can build your own.
Or do it on
Pin
my
shape?
mini factory.
Yeah, in shape or my mini factory. Either one. Because it is a useful item, and I think there are people who would find it useful. And maybe I'd include one that's the magnet version and one that's the glue and the tape version, just because they're so easy to model.
Yeah.
Just so that
Well, literally, they'd be the same model. It's just one will have a hole for the magnet and
Yeah.
one won't.
Well, that's what I mean. So
Yeah.
just in case somebody prefers one over the other, they've got it.
Yeah.
And how they go about producing it is their own thing. But that's what I would do. But
So it's leaving a gap where it's doing retractions.
yeah.
So what I'd want to do is have it where it primes or whatever.
We can look at your retractions.
So that's the thing. Where this is the first time ever printing with this size nozzle. So there's a lot of
variables.
that I've never encountered before.
Yeah. What I found with big nozzles is it helps to turn down the retraction because there's not as much pressure behind the nozzle.
Right.
And that's all I do.
Even if that didn't even retract in the right spots, because look at the hole in the center
Yeah.
with the wisps in it. So I don't think it even retracted whenever it went across.
Or that could just be ooze because we cranked up the temperature.
Could be.
You gotta remember, we cranked the temperature up stupid high
Yeah.
compared to what we normally run at. So
I do get a kick out of those layer lines, though. That's funny. Man.
oh, I was wrong. I actually scaled up to 150%. So
How tall is it?
165. I can go bigger if you want.
It's up to you.
Might as well. I mean, fiddle.
What's up with fiddle all of a sudden?
Because you say it all the time.
No,
Pyrites and fiddle.
I usually say,
So this guy's scaled up as well.
yeah, he's skilled up.
Oh, it'll be the same size, but we can make it bigger.
Make him bigger.
Yeah.
Go big or go home.
Okay, chill.
In the words of the Russian hacker, go big or go home, like we see in Mother Russia.
Was this guy a wannabe FPS Russia?
You need to unlock your phone.
What in the world? Why is my phone talking to me?
That's when you just take it out back and shoot it.
Why is my phone talking to me? It should not be talking to me. I did not talk to my phone.
So now it's going to be 275 millimeters tall. Oh boy.
Oh, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. How much plastic is it going to take?
A lot more.
Oh, God.
Give me a minute. let's see what the damage is on this one. Well, we got that practically full roll, full kilo or more of Shaxton though.
Yeah, you know what, Shaxton? Yeah, let's just do it.
It's 425 grams. 8 hours.
425 grams, nearly a whole, half a roll. Wow.
Actually, I can reduce the infill for the top, so that'll probably help.
Yeah, I would.
I did. Let me see. It won't make a giant difference, but it'll make some.
What's your around it?
Oh, now it's better because
Are you doing single perimeter?
2.
Doing 2 perimeters?
Yeah. I dropped it.
What if you do it in vase mode?
It's not going to work very well when it gets to the top.
Oh, okay.
It dropped it down from changing the top infill from 20 to 10%. It dropped it to 375 grams.
Okay.
That made a difference, so I think we'll just do that.
Of course, once again, it is the Shaxton. It's a roll that's been out forever. So
it dropped it down to like 7.5, 7 3/4 hours. So, let's face it. Why not?
yeah.
You know.
Look at that. That's the sexiest step. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
You are nerding out.
I love the layer line look. I don't know why. I just like it.
There's a certain thing when you hit a certain layer height, it just becomes part of the model.
I wonder if we went 0.7, how bad it would be. It'd probably start delaminating, wouldn't it?
You'd be pushing it. I mean, you can really push things with the fatter nozzle, but you know. Yvonne hates the OK Google ads.
Yeah, I hate those too. I'll tell you what else I hate, and that's the Alexa ads. Because every time they say, Alexa, it takes and it makes mine go, I hate that.
There should be something programmed in that makes it not activate. But
Yeah. I wonder how many Alexas I just woke up. Alexa! What should we do? What should we do?
I don't even know what.
Alexa, play Wagon Wheel by Darius Rucker. Okay, anybody in the chat, please tell me if it actually happened.
We're up to 93% at 3 hours and 9 minutes. Did you hear anything that I just said?
No, I did not. I was too busy coughing.
Oh boy. I just said we're at 93% at 3 hours and 9 minutes.
That's actually not bad at all.
That is really... We're going to be pretty much on time with the Kira estimate. Because it said about 3:30 to do it.
Ron said mine tuned on a plane. Turned on a plane.
Oh gosh.
Hey, that's a cool song, isn't it? So, a few weeks ago, we went and saw... what was his old band? Oh my god. I'm losing it. My brain's shot.
Your brain is shot.
Oh, the old band. What was it? Come on, help me out. What concert did I go to recently? Up a Shoreline.
I don't remember.
Oh, goodness.
Let me,
Almost said it. Almost said it.
see if I can pick it up in the message.
Ugh. Ugh. Darius Rucker's old band, his first one. I keep wanting to say Bare Naked Ladies because they played with them. Bare Naked Ladies was the opener, and then it was. Goodness, I hate getting old. Let's see. I'm going to have to look it up. Rats. Oh, you know what? Let's go to... Oh, where's my app at? Where's my app? Oh, there it goes. Come on. Oh, God. I hate when I forget stuff like this. Yeah, as soon as I see the name, I'm going to... it's going to be instant. I'm going to remember. Yeah, wait till he turns 73, I know. Hootie and the Blowfish. Oh my god, how can I forget Hootie?
You mean,
I honestly thought that's what his name was. For years I thought his name was Hootie.
You thought his name was
I thought his name was Hootie, and the group was the Blowfish. I just never thought his name was Darius Rucker. So we go to the concert, and they play the Hootie and the Blowfish songs, and all of a sudden he plays Wagon Wheel, and these people just go completely nuts, and I'm just looking around like, what did I miss? I've never heard this song. What in the world's going on here? And then I do a quick search on Google while the song's playing, and I'm like, you're kidding me. He's been to Shoreline as Darius Rucker, not as Hootie and the Blowfish, and he's a stinking famous country star. It was like mind-blowing. I'm like, where have I been? How did I not know this?
Well, now you do.
And the song is extremely catchy, too. It's a good song. And I'm not a country music guy.
We know.
So.
Almost there. 95%.
And what was funny is when I was on vacation, that's all I could hear going through Utah and Colorado was Wagon Wheel. That was like on every country music station back there. But by the way, that's usually the only station you can get back there. It's that, NPR, or the Fox News Channel.
I don't know which one is worse of the three.
Yeah, when you travel through the Midwest, it's you either get a strong hatred toward Republicans or a strong hatred toward Democrats, and there's no in between. And you don't hear much rap. It's almost all going to be country music. Oh. Ewan says I didn't realize the killers were British. Yes, I never order anything on Amazon from Alexa. I just don't do that. I'll tell you something. I use Alexa for my alarm clock and to tell me what time it is if I'm needing to reset my clock to make sure it's the right time. Other than that, I don't trust Alexa doing. Oh, I will play music once in a while, Alexa. But for the most part, I don't use it for anything that it's supposed to be used for.
Yeah.
I just don't, because I can't even get it whenever it's flashing green or yellow or whatever that color is, because I'm colorblind. I can't even get to tell me what the notification is. I'll say, please read my notifications, and they'll say, you don't have any notifications, and then the light goes off. It's like, you jerk! You were just flashing to tell me that I had a notification, and then you took it away. I turned it on again. Oh my goodness.
You're gonna kill your voice before we're done.
Oh, my voice is shot. My voice is shot.
Yeah, Ron says he uses it for his music. I don't have one. I won't lie. I like the concept of it, but the security factor of it scares me. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
I'm a firm believer of, I don't really say anything in the bedroom or anywhere else that I wouldn't say on the street.
Yeah.
I'm just not that way. So it's not like I have some deep-rooted secrets I don't want anybody to know.
But at the same time,
and if I did, if there was something very important I needed to talk about, I'd unplug it.
keep your phone in the other room.
Yeah, and that's the other
play
thing.
music and talk about
And
it.
that's the other thing. If I was going to take and be that way, I wouldn't even have my cell phone turned on, or much less in the same room with me.
Yeah.
If I'm going to be that conspiracy minded, I wouldn't trust it. Period.
I mean, here's my take. Things get found out one way or another. It's just some of us are a little more cautious than others, and I leave it at that. It's just the price we pay for being in our digitally connected world.
Yeah.
Done.
I mean, let's face it. President Trump's going to take and have all kinds of dirt dug up on us by having other countries do it. We all know this.
Yeah. It's not like other countries don't do it anyways.
Right?
And let's face it, the thing that, without getting political here, the one thing that annoys me is when people act...
He's going to get political, by the way.
No, all I'm going to say is, what really bugs me is when people act like things that are in the news only happen here, and it's like, really? It happens all the time.
Yeah.
It's just nobody ever talks about it. It's just because a certain somebody is in there, all of a sudden we got to make it seem like a bigger, like, it only happens this time, and it's like, come on, it's been happening for decades, and it will not stop. Just get over yourselves. That's what bugs me.
Everything that's going on now is the same garbage that's went on all this time.
And it's going to continue.
It's just a different person doing it.
And now it's cool to run around and scream about it, so I'm leaving it at that.
Yeah.
You know. Not calling it right, not calling it good. I'm just saying it happens, and we've just decided all of a sudden to become outraged by it. So that's that.
Yeah.
You know. But in other news, that Shaxson's getting nice and dry. I turned it down for the Shaxson. So
Probably going to be really brittle.
Yeah, at least it'll print a little better. Yeah.
Look at that. Look at those sexy lines.
Yeah. Mm-mm. Almost there.
No, it's just like back when they came out with Pokemon Go. A lot of people were really questioning it, the real basics of what was going on, because they would have one of the little animal things pop up in somebody's backyard, and people would be running into some people's backyards trying to capture it. And it's like, okay. So, and a lot of people were like, so in other words, this is a spy app. Because if you remember, the biggest part of it was to make it where you could see, it was a augmented reality.
Yeah.
So the camera was on. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of people who were really questioning that at the time. But not as much as they questioned the deal with Amazon. There's a lot more people questioning that.
Yeah.
And the biggest thing is because somebody went and their entire conversation got sent to somebody, and that's what sparked a lot of the problem. You know, a lot of the questions about it.
Yeah.
But that was also found out that the person turned that feature on.
Yeah.
It's like
you brought that upon yourself.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's stupid to say go ahead and record me and then turn around and cry whenever it does, but it gets sent to the person you're talking about.
It doesn't know any better. It's just doing what it was told.
Yeah, it was told to record a conversation, and then you happen to mention the person's name, and it's like, okay, I'll send it to that person.
I mean, it's like the 3D printer. People get mad when the 3D printer doesn't work right, but the 3D printer just does what it's told. It doesn't care if it tells you to smash it into the bed. It just does it.
Just like a computer will do what it's told to do.
Yeah.
You know, it's
nefarious
somebody,
or otherwise.
These companies, well, our computer doesn't have this or that. No, it's because somebody didn't put it in there.
Yeah.
You know, somebody has to put the information in. Or if it's in there, somebody put it in there.
And it has to be activated.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. People, the thing that bugs me about people that I've noticed is nobody wants to take responsibility for anything that, oh, maybe I'm the one that's at fault. They instantly blame the machine. And yes, sometimes the machine is truly at fault. But the problem is, no, it's like your car. If you tell your car to drive off a cliff, whose fault is it that it went off the cliff? Is it the car's fault because it was not smart enough to realize it was going to drive off a cliff? Or was it you who was stupid enough to drive the thing off a cliff and then blame the car?
My thing is, was there anything found with the car, such as something damaged that caused it?
Yeah.
Or was it because the person was drunk?
Well, what I mean is, people instantly blame the object, and it's like, well, hello, maybe it was the person behind it that is at fault. It's like if the accelerator gets stuck and you can't get out of the car in time and it drives off the road, or your brakes fail. Okay, that's out of your control. But if you were just going around the curve too fast and you stomped on the brakes too late and you skidded your car out, that ain't the car's fault.
No.
That's your fault for being stupid.
Right.
That's what I mean. You know.
Usually a short between the keyboard and the seat, and the seat. That's right.
Look at that.
Look at that. Yeah.
He's almost there.
Oh, here it goes. That's the last line right there. That's it right there, I think. That
Yeah.
might be one more.
99. We're at 3 minutes. It's going to be done at like 3:23.
Here it is, the last line. That's it.
Almost.
It's going to be one more line after that.
I think so. Yep. It's 75.1. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. 3 minutes, 23 minutes. 3 minutes and 20. 3 minutes, 20.
I think
3
it's going
hours,
to be one
22.
more line after that.
I think so.
Nope, that's it.
3 hours, 22 minutes. Faster than the Kira estimate, actually.
Of course, we did speed up that very first.
Yeah, but it was right about on par with it.
I used it right there. You don't want to use this for the built tack. What's wrong with you, man?
It was
What's wrong
sitting
with
there.
you?
It was sitting there. Are you gonna let it cool at all?
Why is the bed so cool?
Programmed at 60.
Feel it. That's not 60.
I'll fold it with the another section. Go talk to Kira if you have a problem with it.
I honestly think that there's something got lost in the Kira build.
Yeah, because if it didn't trigger the fan,
Yeah.
clearly.
Still stuck like glue.
Well, it's a built tack, but
I know. Built tack.
and then this fake tack.
Oh no!
What?
Delaminate. Delaminate. Okay.
Oh well. We're still learning.
This was our first one, but look at that. It delaminated.
Oh, was that when we sped it up?
That's about where we slowed it. Yeah, this was when it sped up.
Yeah.
And then right there after that is when it was all
Hot.
slowed down and hotter and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
this is where we were going too fast.
well. Yeah.
Look at that.
But try breaking the main part. That's
See
real.
there? That whole bottom piece is delaminating.
Oh well.
See, even the infill's coming loose.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that part, it still wants to delaminate.
I think 2 perimeters is the way to go.
Well, this was what, one supposed to be 1 perimeter,
Yeah.
but still, look at those lines. Yeah, that definitely was too little. We gotta do more.
Yeah.
But I gotta adjust the model anyway.
It's all an experiment.
That was
It
fun.
printed. That's the big thing.
Yeah, it did. That's right. I gotta get this out of the way, don't I?
I'm gonna start the print to see how it goes with
First,
this stuff.
swipe out down that bed.
Yeah.
Also make sure that the temperature comes up on that build plate.
Yeah. It should. This is the profile I use on my machine with no issues, so. But I'm gonna test drive it before we actually do it on time lapse, just to make sure it's gonna work.
Yeah.
You know.
That feels pretty warm there. I don't know why the bed feels so cold all the way from the center. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's fire this bad boy up and see what it's got. Evil minion. Yeah. Yeah.
What's this? Yeah.
Bringing out Snoop Dogg, dude. Snoop Dogg's coming back. Ooh, I got off the temp fast. That's 60.
Out here, it's awful cool.
I wonder if you're.
The center of it feels right.
I wonder if there's an issue with your your bed heater.
Yeah, it could be.
Because I know the one on my Ultimaker says it's running at like 80 and it's not even warm, so I think the thermistor died on it. Or something like
Okay,
that.
it's warming up. But it says it's the temperature?
Yeah.
It is warming up, but. Have you got the AC on still? Yes, we do. Is this one a 12 volt bed or 24 volt bed, or is it a 110? Oh, 120?
Yeah, it's a mains one.
Is there any light that should be on?
No.
Okay. I mean, it's on build tax, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. It's just PLA.
Yeah, if I was doing ABS and all that, I'd worry about it. What temperature did you do it at?
230.
You probably won't need that. Well, I don't remember on that one.
I did run the speed a little bit faster, so.
What in the world? Why did it slam so hard?
Shouldn't have done that.
Of course, that's Simplify 3D, so there you go.
I'll have to check my starting script because I modified it. That looks like it's laying down nice. That.
What in the world are you printing?
Giant minion.
Okay, well, that looks like something else printing right there.
Dirty mind.
Somebody ought to come and model up a dirty minion. Anatomically correct. Is that the skirt?
Yeah.
How many rounds did you go?
Let me see. Three. It goes around 3 times, but I figured it would purge out whatever other stuff was in there. And we could double check that it looked like it was going okay.
I can still take this thing in.
Yeah. It's not junk.
I just need to make sure that that hole is the right size. Where's my ruler at? Is that my ruler? There it is.
You're not going to use your Filament Friday calipers?
Probably not. Oh yeah, that's plenty.
Oh man, that first layer go down.
Yeah, the dowel will fit through that, no problem.
Okay.
That's what I was worried about. Because see, this piece is going to be like this.
Right.
Better take those off before I take an eye out. Yeah, that did not. So it probably, on the next one, I'd probably go 0.5 millimeter on it.
Do
And
Chuck's
then-
magic numbers on it. That really helps.
Well, Chuck's magic numbers are going to work with a 0.8 millimeter nozzle. 0.4 would be the same as a 0.2 on a 0.4. So if I go point,
Well, no, the
4.
magic numbers have to do with the count of the lead screw.
huh?
It has to do with making sure that the machine is running. It's not doing micro stepping for the layer heights. So a 0.2, you go 0.4. So you could go 0.4. You could go like 0.52. That would work.
Look at that.
Yeah.
It didn't adhere. Although those lines look sexy though.
I think honestly the problem is the layers. It should have done it where it didn't leave a gap, where each layer had. Yeah. Here's what you should have.
No, Jimmy, you've got to print the Darth Vader with
Oh,
dong.
jeez. So in this dumpster fire.
Are you going to angle the camera up, or are you going to keep it pointing at your cup?
Dirty man. You hang out with Elon too much. Oh gosh.
I gotta say, California, I hate you. Why are you trying to make people go to paper straws? And people who make paper straws, please put some wax on them, please.
They're horrible.
Oh my god. This thing's disintegrating in front of me.
Doesn't it make it taste lovely?
Yeah, it tastes like wet paper.
Yeah. Oh, yummy.
Yeah, put some wax on it.
Why
Better
not?
not go there.
What?
Where's the reset?
Oh boy.
Anyway, guys, thank you very much for joining us tonight. Sure appreciate it. And we'll get something set up on here. And does it look like it's going to do all right?
I want to actually see it when it starts to print up. That's what I'm concerned about.
Why is it doing this? Oh, it's going back into the little foot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't freak out. It knows what it's doing.
I know. Non-recyclable paper straws. What?
I know. At least the minimum that they can do is compost them.
Got to ask Calvin what's the first thing I say every time I take a plastic straw and stick it in my glass. Go ahead.
Second turtle.
It's usually take that turtle, but yeah, second works good.
Same but different. He doesn't want turtles snorting cocaine off each other's shell.
I don't care.
I know.
Hey guys, thank you very much for joining. Take care, and we'll catch you in the next one.
Later.